streets washed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shine. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education to order. Dr. Doyle, would you please call the roll call?
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board. Ms. Frances Boomer.
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark has indicated she will be a little bit late this morning. Mr. Victor Dove. Mr. Carol Ipock.
Present.
Ms. Stephanie King has also indicated, I think, that she would be a little bit late this morning. Ms. Kelly Muse.
Present.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Present.
Chairman, we have 4 members present, 3 absent. We have a quorum.
Okay. Are there any amendments to the board's agenda?
Yes, Chairman, I have 2 recommended amendments. One is the board needs to approve our summer remediation program plan. And so Dr. Ashley Cooper would like to present that to the board for their approval. Also, Mr. Gatchell has been able to work with Coastal Community Action to get our the leases for FR Danius and Duffy Field for their use. And so those are 2 amendments that we would add to the agenda. Yes, both would be for action Thursday night after the board considers today.
I move we approve the agenda as presented with the 2 amendments.
Second.
It has been moved and approved that the agenda be approved with the 2 amendments added. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Agenda is approved.
Chairman, for your information, members of the board, the Coastal Community Action lease agreements will be item I3B.
Okay.
So it'll be under the superintendent's report. And the summer learning program will be item G5A, which is under systems and operations.
System operation, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us share our vision this morning, our mission, and our core values. We envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life. Values educators and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student. Leads in education and community engagement and invites all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of all our students, our community, our nation, and our world. Our mission statement, together with our families and community, Craven County Schools will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. We had one delta for our last meeting, and that is everyone was everyone was able to be on time and public input at today's meeting. Our system perspective, we have visionary leadership, we have a student-centered excellence, organizational learning and agility, valuing people, focus on success, managing for innovation, management by fact, societal responsibility, delivering value and results, ethics and transparency. And now I call on Vice Chairman Kim Smith to review the ground rules, the bin items process, and the safety procedure in the event of an emergency with the attendees that are present today.
Thank you, Chairman Boomer. Our meeting ground rules are to post and approve the agenda, listen as an ally, one person speaks at a time, respect each other, no sidebars, everyone participates, stay on task, start and stop on time, schedule appropriate breaks, evaluate at the end of each meeting, and if everyone can make sure the cell phones and electronic devices are all on vibrate or silent. And a general reminder to board members that if we need to be reminded that we have our cell phones on and we are texting, answering emails, calls, whatever, that they can become public records. So that's just a general reminder for everyone. We might want to turn them off or put them away. Then item process, if you have a concern that is not addressed during the agenda or during the meeting, you can put your sticky on the gray part or on the front of your desk, Ms. Muser, Mr. Ipock, and Chairman Boomer will check it before the meeting's over to make sure that everyone's concerns are addressed. Safety procedures, process for tornado, we would split the room from Mr. Silvera to the right, and we would enter into the interior hallways. The left would enter in these interior hallways, get down, protect ourselves. For the tornado, we'd exit the same way, split the building the same way for fire. This side would exit out into the parking lot. This left side would enter out into the parking lot of the furniture store. If we were to have an intruder, if the intruder was not in the room, we would lock the doors, alert the building, lock down, inform everyone that needs to be informed, do everything we can to protect each other. If the intruder is in the room, we are going to still follow the alerting the building if at all possible, inform those that we can, and do everything possible to counter and protect each other. That's it, Ms. Boomer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, so we're gonna ask our attorney, Mr. Goucher, to leave us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Just in time for prayer.
Oh, that's the perfect time to be here. How you doing?
Board members, if you'll please pray with me. God, our guide, we pray you would come alongside us on this day. To have the privilege to be in your presence would give our lives a sense of fulfillment, our effort, purpose, and our direction and certainty. As we travel together, be our eyes that we would see the magnificence of your design, our ears that we would hear the symphony you have composed, that in what we touch, we feel your embrace, and that we would taste the sustenance that you have provided for our journey. With you beside us, may we have the faith to give over to your keeping of all our desires, plans, and thoughts, that we would yield our whole selves to you, trusting in your direction. Wherever you lead us Today and in the days to come, may we readily follow. And when we cannot know what lies ahead, increase our faith. May we have confidence that you have prepared for us all that we could ever hope for. In you is the assurance that the way will be made clear. We pray in the abiding love of your holy name. Amen.
At this time, we would like to recognize Dr. Eleanor Patrick, the principal of the year, and Ms. Gail Hardy, teacher of the year, and they both are attending the conference for this meeting today, and we would like to welcome them. We always are glad to have them to be a part of the meeting and appreciate the input that they offer us. And at this time, we're going to ask Dr. Tasha Diggs, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services, to give a report on items for the academic services.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
So this morning, the first item from academic services is a traditional calendar follow-up from our presentation in March. And this information is to inform adoption of a traditional and early college academic calendars for the 2021-2022 school year. And as a reminder, this round of feedback that we just completed was solicited after the board asked for us to create a calendar where the first semester ended before the holiday break in December, as well as administration of high school final exams for first semester. So that's what brings us back to the calendar today. And as you can see under the quick summary abstract section, a lot of that information is a reminder of the general statute that's guiding our school calendar law and the criteria that we have to abide by in creating the calendar. This is not all the criteria, but some of the main areas as just a reminder. When we met about this in March, we presented feedback from the first round of survey information where we had two calendar options that the stakeholders provided feedback on. The main difference between those two calendars, one had Easter connected had spring break connected to Easter in April, and the other one had spring break in mid-March. And just as a reminder, that information is still there, that the majority of the support that we received at that time was for the calendar that had Easter connected, spring break connected to Easter. I keep reversing those, spring break connected to Easter, which would put spring break in April. And so from the direction given by the board, Superintendent's Cabinet provided another calendar option, as I mentioned earlier, where first semester for high school exams would end prior to the winter break in December. And so we created a calendar for that and sent that information out to our stakeholders to receive feedback. And that information is included in your agenda item this morning, so you can see the feedback from that round of survey information. For this one, option one is the originally supported calendar where Easter break or spring break is connected to Easter. And then option two is the one where the semester ends before winter break. As you can see, we had 1,747 responses to this survey. And I won't read through all of these, but as you can see in the chart that's included there, the breakdown of the survey responses we received during the second round. And so we asked the community members or stakeholders to identify how they were connected to the school system. And you can see the different categories there. One of the areas for discussion that came up in March was the support from particularly our high school teachers. And so we did break that down so you could see if it was a support or feedback from a teacher who teaches an EOC or end of course class, as well as those from non-EOC, and then middle school as well as elementary school, and then also the parent and student groups. And then you can see the overall breakdown of how that feedback came about. And as you can see from those responses, some of it was obviously heavily weighted in one area, and obviously there are going to be more parents responding than any other group. So we wanted you to see the percentage of the responses as well, and the actual number of responses from each of those stakeholder groups. And in some of the areas, you can see there was a close margin between option one and option two of the calendars. And then you can see the differences when it comes to some of those, particularly when you look at the elementary staff and then the high school EOC staff and then high school non-EOC staff. Middle school staff was pretty split for those who responded. And then the parents were a little heavier weighted to option 1 versus option 2. Not a large margin, but there was a more of a preference for option 1. And then for students who respond, there's few students who responded, a heavier preference for option 2. And remember, like I said earlier, option 2 is the one where semester break ends in December. And so when we consider the amount of instructional time between option 1 and option 2 between the 2 semesters, our support is still for the calendar option 1 with the balanced semesters. But as I said at the very beginning, this information was requested by the board so that you would have additional information to consider in the adoption process, as well as feedback from the community when it comes to calendars that were a little different as far as when the semesters ended for high school students. So this is the information from both rounds of feedback that we have received for your consideration for calendar adoption. And I can try to address any questions that you have at this time.
How many students did you say participated?
There were 90 students who participated.
And they want to take exams before?
There was, of those 90, 66 preferred exams being taken. And I don't know that these were all high school students. I'm just assuming that they were, but they heavily favored the calendar where the semester ends in December and take exams in December. So it's 66 for that calendar versus 24 for the option 1 calendar.
And the parents are asking for option 2 and
Option 1, there were 650 parents, and then option 2, 614 parents. So not a huge difference, but there was a slight difference for parent preference.
Any questions? Yeah.
I just want to point, I printed out I didn't see it, it might have shown it here, but when I printed out the notes, show the difference in the semester. So with option 1, they're split exactly 89 to 89, with 85 instructional days in each semester. And then with semester 2, with option 2, semester 1 only has 78 instructional days, with semester 2 having 92 instructional days. Right.
Right, when you take away the 4 days for exams, yes, ma'am.
So are we supposed to take action on this today, or do we say another time? We just want this information.
You can do it today or on Thursday.
But it has to be done this month.
We have to do it this month, right? So
Yes, we need, I
So
think
I
our
guess
stakeholders
we
will like it this month.
can, we need to this, which one is, so you're saying that you feel like option 2, y'all put up for option 1?
Option 1 is still the one we recommend based on the number of instructional days, the balance of the instructional days. But like we said earlier, at the request of the board, we did go back and get the additional information from the stakeholders so that you would have that for calendars that were different.
But there's nothing in the statute that says that the semesters have to be balanced.
That's correct.
And the realistic fact is students, they don't want to study over Christmas break when they come back. I mean, I know that my student doesn't. And I pulled some other calendars just for my reference to see what they're doing. It looks like Pitt is going to have, I think, exams before Christmas. Wilson's having exams before Christmas. Carteret's having exams before Christmas. For example, Wilson County has 86 instructional days in the fall semester and 94 instructional days in the spring semester. And I know it takes some extra scheduling on the guidance counselor's part. So, because, kids who are weaker in a subject should take that subject second semester when obviously there's more instructional days. So I'm just wondering if we had talked to high school principals to see if that is an option.
Not a
to
direct
get, to be
conversation.
able to get that done?
Right, not a direct conversation with the principals about whether the scheduling option is a possibility. Having had that experience myself, the scheduling option is a possibility. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to schedule all of the courses. I think we talked about this a
Right.
little bit in March, where we talked about having more honors courses in the fall and then in the spring semester. I don't think it will be possible to schedule all of them that way, just based on
Right.
numbers and what students request, but the possibility is there, absolutely.
Any more discussion? My preference on this, I know that I'm looking at the students. I guess my personal preference, because I've seen it done both ways. And even when they go home for the Christmas holidays, that's what they're home for, Christmas holidays. They're not thinking about school. They're gonna lose a lot that they did learn. And as far as the test scores, is, you know, I'm thinking that the test score will be just as high in December before they go home than what they will be when they come back.
I think they might be higher because, I mean,
Right.
when they come back second semester, what are we gaining? I mean, when they come back after January, what are we really gaining when they do 2 weeks of review?
And I know there's a difference in the number of days, but I am of the mindset that they would probably do better having those exams before they go home for Christmas. But that's something that the board, we all have to decide together.
Chairman, can I just,
My preference is to go with the calendar with that. I'm
It
getting
will be-
all mixed up.
That would be option 2.
My preference is option 2.
may I just ask a question? Looking at Wilson County Schools calendar, they're starting the first day of school, it appears, on the 16th.
No, they had, what they did, they put out 2 calendars and they said they created the one for the 16th in case the General Assembly changed their
Okay.
minds.
Okay.
Yeah. So we did find both of those when we were searching.
Okay.
I think they were expecting the General Assembly to make
Okay.
a change.
Thank you.
So without the General Assembly changes, our calendar still before Christmas?
Well, that's the one option too. And the General Assembly change based on how they did it last year was adding 5 days to the beginning of the school year, allowing us to start, instead of the 23rd, start on the 16th. Which is what they did last year. We were able to start on, I think it was August 17th, because they added 5 days, but they took away that aspect of the law for this coming school year.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Well, it's a tough call, but I'm very interested in us aligning with the community college and with the university and college systems. I think that's to high advantage to our students that are, in their senior year, especially. Junior and senior year, because it affects the students that are, in the step ahead and that type thing. So I'm inclined to lean toward option 2 myself.
Anyone else?
I mean, I don't have a preference, other than the fact that it's hard to not take the recommendation of cabinet for me when we hold them so accountable for instruction and performance. So it's really hard, and we just need to remember that if we do that, they asked us to go back to school earlier and we didn't. Now they're asking us for the calendar that they think that's going to mean instructional needs and we didn't. So we just need to remember these things as we move forward. But as far as the calendars go, there's not that much difference to me, other than that high school component of the difference in semester days. And that's a lot of instruction. That's a lot of instructional difference on the high school level, to me. So, I mean, I would go for option 1, but honestly, they're both, other than the high school component. And I understand getting them done before Christmas, I really do. But that's a legislative calendar issue. That's a legislative issue to give us some more flexibility with the calendar. I mean, I'll go along with whatever the board wants to do, but I would pause to not go with our instructional leadership on it.
I agree with Mr. Alpop. I don't want to hold our early graduates hostage to keep them from going to either the community college, military, or actual university in January. Should they choose to go ahead and proceed and move forward. I don't want to hold our seniors hostage anymore.
I don't either. I think that needs to be made continually to the legislator. I think that needs to be constantly pounded with the legislative body.
Okay, so I'm hearing, I'm hearing some for one and some for two. Like I stated, I still say, two.
Yeah.
Mine is two. I think the cabinet understands. We did ask them to go back and get a third calendar. That's exactly what they did. And I wish that we had a third calendar to begin with, then we wouldn't, that should have been included the first time that we had that, because that is a hot item in the system. The students, their parents both, they want, and teachers too. The bottom line is, they do want those exams before Christmas. I still think that they're gonna lose a lot over the Christmas holidays. And my vote would be to go with calendar 2. But my vote is just one vote, so we need to decide what we're gonna do.
I think just put it on the agenda for Thursday night and have a roll call vote. I mean, let go, whatever the majority.
So let's do that.
Okay.
We'll put on the agenda for Thursday night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
So we also talked about 6-week grading periods and unbalanced semester. So I was like looking at Carteret's, when their grading periods end, they do 6 weeks as well. So like for 9 through 12, their grading period ends 9/29, 11/5, and 12/17, because it doesn't have to be balanced. You just take the number of days and divide it by 3. So that, we talked about possibly doing that next year to give kids an extra opportunity to pull those grades up. We still have the capability of doing that. So we're not as really restricted as what we feel we are.
Thank you for that input. Thank you, Doctor. And we do appreciate you all going back, doing that. We appreciate doing that. I just suggest that next year, if this should come up again, just go ahead and give the 3 calendars to begin with, I'll just make sure that we have that as part of it, then they, we can decide then.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I have the next item, or part of the next item on the agenda for the military liaison program.
Yes, ma'am.
So for this item, I recommend the board receive information in the form of a presentation on the military liaison program as we celebrate April as the month of the military child. And I don't want to steal any of their thunder, but you can see the purple in the room as a part of that celebration. But Ms. Letha Palmer, our CarePoint School Liaison Officer, and Ms. Valerie Nasser will be presenting this. Mr. Stevens clicked before I was finished reading, but that's fine. You're fine. So I'm going to turn it over to them for this presentation, and then they will be coming back before you again on Thursday for sort of the second part of this as well. So Ms. Nasser, Ms. Palmer.
Chairman, if I could, before these two esteemed colleagues speak, they have continued to do great work for our system as we have been in the midst of the pandemic. I believe Ms. Nasser said before we started the meeting, this is the first time she's been in this room since last year when the pandemic began. But that has not stopped them from doing yeoman's work in supporting our military students and their families. So I just appreciate them and the great partnership that we have with Ms. Palmer, who is really a military connected, federally connected employee who partners with Ms. Nasser to do this work. And so we're very fortunate to have both of these leaders in our district.
Thanks, Dr. Durham. Hi, everybody. It is so great to be here and see everybody. And so last year, during Month of the Military Child, we had a bunch of plans in March and they just vaporized. And so we thought we would do a little bit of a review about our program today. And since we haven't been here in 2 years, and I know there's a few new board members as well. So we have a lot to plow through, and we'll try to go quickly, but if you have any questions, just stop us along the way. And again, I'm Valerie Nasser, and I am employed by Creighton County Schools, and this is Letha Palmer, the school liaison officer from the actual installation. So I am a North Carolina military liaison counselor, and I'm one of 4 military liaison counselors that are budgeted for by the state. There's one of us in each of the districts that houses an installation. So Cumberland, Wayne, Onslow, Craven, and there's a local position funded in Moore County as well. And so together with the school liaison officers, we are what's known as a force multiplier. We can work together to get more done for our students because I'm familiar with the school environment and Lisa isn't familiar with the environment on the installation. So North Carolina, just a bit of demographics, houses the fourth largest military population in the nation. It's the second largest industry in our state, second only to agriculture. It generates about $66 billion annually for our state, which is about 13% of our gross state product. It also accounts for almost 600,000 additional jobs in our state. So this military is certainly a huge economic engine in our state. And just simply because of its magnitude, it generates a lot of interest from stakeholders and legislators. But for us as school system and local employees, we have the responsibility to care for those military connected students and families that are here with us as their mom or dad works to protect us. So Leif is going to break down the demographics of the actual installation.
Well, and the reality, we always like to start, with the why. Why are we here? What is our position? Who are we supporting? And that's why Valerie said, and shared about on the state level, that we're the fourth largest. And so the whole thing is that there's a huge impact on our state, but then again, that comes and trickles down here to Eastern North Carolina because with Cherry Point right in our backyard. And also too, but we also have Camp Lejeune right down the street. And we have families living here too. But I'm from Cherry Point, so I can share you with about Cherry Point data. And so as far as the total population, a little over 39,000 with a little over 7,000 of active duty service members serving aboard Cherry Point. With those 7,000, they bring their military family members with over 8,000. And again, and then how that trickles down to, we have 2,000 plus school-age children that are attached to our active duty right here in our backyard, right here in Craven County within our schools. Again, the why, they're here, and also too, as far as the civilians that support the installation, the total impact of Little Cherry Point is over $2 billion. And I mean, we're growing. If you've been on Cherry Point recently, like it's construction everywhere because, we're waiting and getting ready for those F-35. So, right now our numbers have been a little bit lower in years past, but we're going to be growing soon because of all the construction and with the new aircraft coming in. And again, like over 112 million in construction projects. So you can't make a turn on the installation without seeing growth. And that's exciting because then again, that will impact our schools and our area here in Craven County in Eastern North Carolina.
So digging down a little bit deeper, right here in Craven County Schools, we are home to over 2,800 military connected students. And those include the children of our active duty service members, but also of some of our federally connected employees, reserves guard that are activated, and Coast Guard. That's over 20% of our total membership. And interestingly, this year, usually we get a good count from our impact aid, but we were allowed to use last year's data. But I did a little dive into Power School, and we actually are showing an additional 45 active duty students connected with active duty service members, and just a small under 25 dip in our federally connected students. And as Lisa said, as that F-35 program ramps up here at Cherry Point, we're going to see increases in our military connected students. And just another point, there's over 250,000 veterans families that live in North Carolina. And if each one of those families have 2 kids, that's another 500 million students residing in our state that are military connected. Thanks. So again, about 65% of our active duty military connected students attend AWE, Tucker Creek Middle School, Havelock High School, Creekside Elementary, and W.J. Verganis Elementary. And those are the bars that are in red. All the bars here are our highest military connected schools, highest amount of military connected students. However, all of our schools have military connected families. And there's one other piece of information I want to share here. Often we think, okay, so all these kids come in the summer, and then, this is our data, but the reality is that only 1/3 of our students, military connected students, move over the summer. So they're coming and going all year long, which makes a whole different dynamic in these highly populated schools.
So with that in mind, one of our jobs is to really share this with staff, support staff, schools, principals, our community. And because we always encourage families and these individuals to put on glasses and to view the impact of the military on the student, on the family, and to really look through the lens of the military lens. And so that is something we always do, and we're going to share as far as how we do that within the schools and with our staff here.
So data can point us to where we can help. And there are several connections, several ways we study our military students. They're well studied, they are resilient, kind, they're accepting of diversity, and they offer a global perspective in our classes. But they are also prone to depression and anxiety at double the rate of civilian children. And these studies largely point to multiple deployments and how the spouse copes. Basically transitions, and I think we can all relate to that with COVID and the multiple transitions we've all gone through. So part of my role is to address these challenges while staying abreast of national guidance and laws. So CTE, through the Perkins Act, has made 2 years ago military connected students one of their special populations. And me and my colleagues across the state have been working with Shannon Baker at DPI, who's in charge of CTE, to do some training with the CDCs at their summer conference and throughout the year. And we're entering phase 2 of that this year, where we're going to dig a little deeper and try to say how we can impact our military students and get them more engaged with our CTE classes. Especially here in Craven County, I think recently Shannon came out and did a special conference with our CTE teachers, and our military students are enrolled in CTE classes at a lot lower rate than our regular civilian students. Also, years ago, probably 8 years ago, the military student identifier was implemented under ESSA at the federal level. And this is not to single out students or districts, but to collect data on our military connected students and see trends. How are their academics impacted as they transition from installation to installation? And we're going to talk about this in a minute, but our military kids in their K-12 education move 6 to 9 times. So they move a lot, they transition a lot. And finally, some other data I use comes from Columbia University Center for Public Research, the Blue Star Families Annual Report, which you have the snapshot that just came out in the last few weeks near your little flower pots. There's also reports that come to the House and Senate Armed Services Committees. Both Leaf and I participate in North Carolina Military Affairs. And then also our commanders in North Carolina have a commanders council that provides input and direction for us. But, and again, we're going back to that lens. The data provides us a glimpse into that lens, but really the qualitative data is what's really important. That really helps us, that relationship piece lets us see and understand the regular and daily struggles faced by our military families. So today we're going to take you through a portion of our military family lifestyle training that was delivered to all first-year Purple Star schools last year and this year. Over 1,200 of our teachers and staff were trained. The second-year schools were offered options in resilience training. So with serving our military kids in mind, today we're going to explore that military family lifestyle and just have a little bit of taste of the training that our staff, our teachers and staff received. Okay. All right, so in our training, we do some interactive work on understanding the military family lifestyle, but usually during Month of the Military Child, we'll have students come out during the Thursday evening board meeting, and since that's not possible this year, some of the school counselors recorded some of their students on different topics. And so this is Jalen from Grover C, and he's going to talk to us about PCS or moving a permanent change of station.
Hello, my name is Jalen Graffiel. I am the son of Master Sergeant Graffiel in the Marine Corps. I've moved around a lot in my life as a military child, and there are challenges to be found, but they can be overcome with the right people right friends, right school staff, anyone that can help you feel safe, feel normal in these new environments. I think that's it.
Well, and again, when we talk about that military lens, throughout the training, Valerie and I, we shared these pictures. And so again, putting on those glasses, looking for the military.
What has been your experience as a military kid drive
To those individuals and getting their input.
And so moving is tough. A lot of people describe it as drowning, lost in the move. Where's my school supplies? When that student shows up the first day of school with no pencils, some teachers or backpack, where's your stuff? Well, I think it's still in the moving truck, but mom and dad are trying to get everything sorted out, and the best place for me is in school. So another challenge is transition, the records and the rules for each school. And Gerald is a senior this year at Havelock High and just moved here from overseas. So he's going to tell you about his experience.
What has been your experience as a military kid during your senior year?
It's been a very eventful experience. It was good at first, and then when all that homework came in and having to catch up with the classes, it was really stressful.
How did moving across the globe in the middle of your senior year impact your experience?
It gave me a break from my old school homework, but then a whole bunch of more stress came in thinking about what I had to do to catch up with everybody at the new school.
What should people know about this experience to help other students in the future?
I think the school that they're going to should really contact their school and maybe meet up and see what their credits look like, so the kids won't have to worry about what their credits are going to look like at the new school and if they're not going to be able to graduate that year.
And I have to say that Gerald really was in jeopardy of not graduating on time. And the school counselors really worked with him to devise a plan to help him graduate on time. There are laws in place that military interstate compact for children that help us level the playing field and maybe offer waivers where we can to help military students keep on time for graduation. So he will graduate from Havelock High, but also think about it, grading scales may be different. We may ask students to repeat classes, and that has an impact on college applications when they're looking at it, like, why did you take world history twice? Because I started it here and I couldn't finish it. I had to repeat it in another school. It looks to a college advisor like maybe they didn't pass that class and they had to take it again. And so we also, in addition to the professional development on military family lifestyle, offer professional development for high school counselors in particular on ways to mitigate those effects of the transition.
What has been your experience?
And this is another transition, just being new. And this is Kinley from WJG. And you can tell a lot of these kids had coaching from mom.
Today we're going to be listening to and hearing from Kinley Hill, who is new to Gurganis Elementary. She is new to Craven County, and she comes from a military family. So Kinley, can you tell us a little bit what it was like to move here as a new kid and what that's like for military families?
It felt really good, but it also was sad leaving my teacher. But it was good to get new friends and have a new teacher. It's been hard moving here, but with all my family surrounding me, it's been very easy.
Well, and also too, like Valerie said, as far as a military, child will move with their family and move multiple times, but also too, that translates to moving and enrolling in different schools. So a child can attend 6 to 9 different schools within their K-12 educational career. And so this one at the elementary school was new, but then even in the last slide with the high school, he moved in February of his senior year. And so all that, again, that impact on that family, that impact on that child, and then again, that student is in our classrooms and how we best can support.
And I think our schools that are in Havelock are used to this. We have support programs built in for them to support these students. But, sometimes 4 moves go well, and then in the 5th move, it's like, hey, I left all my friends, and now I'm falling apart. And the parents are like, I don't understand. Everything was fine the first 4 times we moved. And this is
All right. So my name
Brendan
is
from
Brendan.
Newbern High School, and he's going to talk to us about deployment.
All right. So my name is Brendan Woods. I'm a senior at Newbern High School, and my dad's currently a Master Sergeant in the Marine Corps. So throughout my life, he's kind of been deployed 3 times when I've been in school. The first time I was too young to remember, but the most recent, I was only a freshman here. So during that time, it was really just me and my mother and my younger brother at home. My mom had work, so it was just me and my younger brother taking care of the house, which it didn't really impact our schoolwork that much. But I know my younger brother had a bit of trouble that he couldn't really, I couldn't help him, my mom couldn't help him. And then sports-wise, it kind of sucked. We didn't have our dad there at games. We were all sort of scrambling to get to our games. I couldn't drive yet. Colton was only in 7th grade. And my mom, she still had work. So, yeah, thank you.
And so, but also think about it when these students, especially our high school and middle school students, parents are deployed, they know that they're going to a place that's dangerous. And so that's always simmering in the back of their minds. So when they're sitting down to take exams and mom or dad is deployed, they're a little bit worried, and it does affect their academic performance. In fact, not this December, but the past December, we had airmen from Seymour Johnson deployed on a 48-hour over exam period. So can you imagine knowing that dad's gone or mom's gone off somewhere that is dangerous, and I'm sitting down to take my exam that same day or the next day? And they watch TikTok. It was World War III at that same time was trending on TikTok. So just a whole lot of built up anxiety for our military connected students, knowing that their parents may be in harm's way. Finally, this is Charlotte, and she is from Creekside, and she's also going to talk to us about deployment.
The hardest thing about deployment is that my dad's gone for a long time, and is not able to help my mom with me and my brothers. It's also hard to adjust to routines when he comes back, but I am really excited when he does come home. The hardest thing about deployment is that my dad's gone for a long time.
Well, also too, as far as transitions and with deployment, like deployment is hard, but it's a whole cycle. And so again, putting on that lens. And so as far as the build up to deployment, like I know my parent is leaving and I'm tripping over all this gear that they brought home, and that anxiousness as far as what's happening, when is he going, or when his mom is leaving, then the parent is gone. And then that transition to, okay, I have a single parent in the home, I might have new added responsibilities, or I might be able to stay up a little bit later. There might be different rules, and, pros and cons and different things. And also too, as far as the transition, like, oh my gosh, the deployment is ending, and okay, that anxiety as far as when are they coming home? Are they coming home tomorrow? Will be next week? And then they are home, and then it's like, yay, they're home. But then it's like, oh my gosh, that reintegration, even after the fact, it's like, okay, I used to be able to stay up late. Now I have to go to bed. Now there's different rules. Now, as far as trying to reintegrate as a family. So that whole cycle. So when we say deployment and transition, it lasts throughout every aspect of it. And again, putting on that lens, because, a teacher's like, oh, mom and dad is coming home, things are gonna be better, but that might not be the case, or things might, have issues because they are leaving, but then you just don't know. And so again, putting on that lens, asking those questions, being able to support that family and that student through the whole transition of deployment. And for our teachers, the base doesn't give us a list of people who are deployed. They can't for several reasons, operation security, and sometimes
mom or dad's home alone and they don't really want anybody to know they're home alone. So sometimes to our teachers, it's a little bit of detective work. Like, why is all of a sudden a student not doing as well academically or acting out or sad? And I think it's those relationships that have become so important during this time that we're all experiencing that helps us serve our military kids better. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Patrick, because I know she's there. They have a dad that's deployed at Oaks Road with only a handful of military connected students, and they have just surrounded that student with love and attention and communicating weekly with dad. So thanks, Dr. Patrick.
The hardest thing.
So this is just an example of when we do deliver the training online this year, or when we did online this year for the Military Family Lifestyle 101, we engaged our, with the little sticky notes, the participants, the teachers and the staff. And it is amazing how much insight that they have and that they help each other. You know, we had veterans families, active duty families, spouses of active duty service members. So that's just an example of how we did that. And we talked a little bit about injury. You know, mom or dad comes home and they look the same, but they don't act the same. That TBI, that traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress disorder. And then there, of course, is also those visible injuries that our service members come home with and the families need to adapt. And then finally, the getting out, the dual roles. And I think that this is being recognized as another huge transition for our military, not just service members, but for our students. I know Lisa and I go over, like, to have a high school and engage with the kids at lunch. We'll do an activity sometimes, and we'll just say, as just conversation, well, is your mom or dad active duty? And they're like, well, we used to be. And it's almost like they lose identity. And then also our National Guards have been being activated through COVID and various events this year. That's a new experience from some of our students who've had guardsmen who aren't usually away from home. So in summary, so basically a lot of transitions when moving to Craven County, moving away from Craven County to overseas to California, a lot of different transitions and being able to support that family. Again, like I shared, as far as that full deployment cycle, the transition throughout each aspect, as far as even with reunion. And also, again, like Valerie just mentioned, retirement. You know, for 20 plus years, your family was, you know, you had your ID card and mom or dad went to work every day with a uniform type of thing. And all of a sudden, you know, they're not. And so it's different in how the family navigates that. Also too, as far as with injury, whether it's visible or invisible, the isolation from extended family. I always share, you know, your best friend that you met at the commissary. It's like, hey, can I get your phone number? Because I just moved here and I'm enrolling my child in Craven County schools and I need emergency contact. And, you know, and so, I mean, that's the reality because they don't live next to grandma. Grandma might be in Oklahoma or across the world. And as far as the isolation. And so I always feel for those families who move in, like in July, you know, children don't play outside anymore. And so how do you make friends? How do you engage, you know, as a child with other people in the neighborhood, you know, outside of organized sports or activities or camps? So again, the isolation, like who do they turn to for help when it's needed? Also too, warrior ethos. I love warrior ethos. It's ingrained in our service members. You know, they are strong, they can do it, they can get through it. And then that ekes out into the military family. We have some strong military families. Like, hey, 6 months deployment, I got this, I can do it. And it's wonderful because it helps with their resiliency. And it's phenomenal because these families do it. They do these 6 months deployment and then they move cross country with 3 dogs and a new baby, you know, 2 weeks later. And I mean, that's the reality of life. However, I will just say sometimes, and this is what we're sharing with our teachers and our principals, when it comes into play when they are so strong and they got this, but they might not have it. And they might need help, and it's sometimes hard for them to ask for help. So what we're you know, sharing with families or with individuals, like, you know what, you could always say, hey, how can I help you? And then it's like, oh, you'll help me? Like, okay, you know, and then it's a lot easier to engage in that conversation and how to support that family. And so some of the ways that I support our military families through these transitions are student support, and there's a list of different activities that we engage in regularly, advocacy at the state level, and education. And then you just shared in a little small portion of the education that we shared with our teachers and staff this year. So there is a nationwide push from the Military Child, I keep rising up, Education Coalition, I can either see or talk. Nationwide push from the Military Education Coalition and the commanders of the branches of the services for this Purple Star initiative. And what that is basically a set of requirements that help schools they're vetted, that are research-based, that help schools serve our military-connected students better and increase the quality of life for our military-connected families. 21 of our schools, almost all of our schools, earned this award this year. We had an additional 5 schools apply and earn the award, up 5 from last year. And the program, in order to apply, or some of the program requirements are a transition program. So when a new student comes, you heard Kinley talk about being new, there is a transition program with a peer mentor that will welcome her and help her adjust. Staff professional development, which we showed you just a small piece of at each school. There's a military POC at each school. So mostly the school counselors, some APs are the POC, and then that's their first point of contact. If they need additional help, they reach out to Lisa or to myself. Our website, we excel here in Craven County at our website. It's been noted at the state level because there's a military families button on the homepage, which I put the content in, but that's also on every school's website. And our military families say, when I'm in Japan, when I'm in California, the only way I can find out about Craven County schools is through the website or great schools. So they want that information there. They want to know who we are. And so we've encouraged each school to add some things, like either a little welcome video or a welcome aboard, tell our military families some more information about their schools. So quality of life is identified as key to mission readiness by the North Carolina Military Affairs Commission and also by the Blue Star Family Survey. And this just came out in the last few weeks. So there's a copy of it on your desk by the plant there for you to look at as well. So again, this is just repeating what I just said, the point of contact, the military section on the website, student transition program, staff development, and then one optional activity. And for the
I was going to say, for the optional activity, we're celebrating Purple Up Day on Friday. So please wear your purple. Purple is the official color of military kids. And so that is a lot of the optional activity that many of the schools are celebrating this week. Yes, and April 16th is the statewide. So across the state, all installations have selected April 16th as the Purple Up Day. Tomorrow, April 14th, the principals and the support staff here at Central Services that earned the Purple Star Awards will have a little virtual ceremony with the DPI. Okay, and so we also have some grants that Pam Collins administers that are from the Department of Defense. And so this year, kind of to align with that Purple Star program and that initiative, we have used some of that money to implement the nationally recognized student-to-student programs, both at the elementary, middle, and high school level. And these programs will replace my homegrown versions of these programs, but this is great because when our kids move from here to Colorado, they have S2S here, they have S2S at their duty station there. So it'll be familiar, kind of like AVID if you want to think of that way. And I do want to say one other thing about Purple Star. Craven County was actually instrumental in North Carolina in developing the Purple Star program. We partnered here in Craven County when I first started with the Carolina East Foundation, and they gave us a grant to do a military-friendly schools program. So a lot of that was the basis for the North Carolina program. Finally, one more funded project by actually the Marine Corps, and I'll let Lisa tell you about
Anchored for Life is another transition program. Headquarters Marine Corps said, hey, school liaisons, who do you think would be a great school that we can fund Anchored for Life? And Anchored for Life is phenomenal. It's supported by the Trevor Romaine Foundation. And so it includes deployment kits and reintegration kits and welcome bags, a lot of good stuff. And again, it's not just for military students, it's available to the whole school. And so 2 years ago, I'm like, oh my gosh, AWE right outside the back gate would be a phenomenal starting point for us. And so Headquarters Marine Corps funded Anchored for Life at AWE. Just this past year, they said, hey, school liaisons, you know, who would be another? And I'm like, oh my goodness, I typed already before that email. I even read the whole thing. I'm like, you know what, Tucker Creek, because AWE transitions into Tucker Creek. They have a huge military population. And Creekside, let's move up a little bit, 70, and Creekside has a phenomenal support of military students, and it will give them the support along with the kids. And so Anchored for Life is coming to them. They'll be trained in the fall, and again, get all that wonderful hands-on manipulatives to support our military families and students.
And I think they get a little budget too. And finally, on the last bit of the grant-funded projects, that same Department of Defense Education Activity grant-funded wellness rooms at Havelock Middle, Tucker Creek Middle, and Havelock High, which they've named the Ascent Room. This is an actual picture of just a section of the room at Tucker Creek. And the plan is for next year, as we move back into face-to-face instruction, is to use these rooms. The military, especially our Navy SEALs, they work on focused breathing. You can call it mindfulness focused breathing. We've partnered a lot with behavioral health on the installation to develop some programs here that we'll share with our students, especially in face of all the anxiety and stress that we've been under the last few years, and maybe even incorporate some mindful movement. I don't want to call it yoga, but breathing with movement as well. So on your tables are some plants, and these are actually part of our Purple Up Spirit Week activities. And so I'll encourage you to display them somewhere so that our community knows about the Purple Up Day, or that our military kids serve too. And again, if you look at that Blue Star survey, it tells you that our military families don't necessarily feel like they belong in our communities. And so that's part of our responsibility, is to make them feel like they belong. If you have a neighbor or somebody at your church that's military, just have a chat with them. Or like Lisa said, if they're your neighbor and you notice that their spouse is deployed, say, hey, do you want me to watch the kids while you run to Walmart, or drop a pizza off for them, or just, we're trying to let them see that, yes, we know you're here and you matter to us. And so our Purple Up Day this year, for a variety of reasons, is outwardly focused, mostly because of the pandemic. Usually we're in the schools with parents, we're having mini Marine Corps balls, we're having breakfast with mom or dad. This year it's outwardly focused. I received a pie grant to engage students in this endeavor, to think about what would work best. We started out saying flags. We came up with these yard signs that you see, and I've got two here to go outside Craven County Schools. A student at Havelock High did some artwork that's a banner. I don't know, did anybody come across Pembroke Road today and see them on the military tile banner, or Broad Street? There's also one in Havelock City Park. And this same research that was supported by Blue Star surveys with Blue Star families was also supported by Columbia University. They say we're doing things, the community doesn't really know. So I say, here in Craven County, if I ask for anything, our community is right there. What do you need supporting us? So in addition to the signs, there were spirit rocks donated to our 11 most highly populated military schools. They'll be painted with the themes Military Kids Rock, Craven County Digs Military Students, or Military Kids Bloom Where They're Planted. And we'll have a competition that'll be judged this Thursday. We have purple gear that they were able to order through the Craven in the Know. Purple ribbons and signage. Havelock City Park's already been decorated by the student-to-student program at Havelock High School. And got permission to line Middle Street downtown with purple ribbons. A few of these signs, and the New Bern City Bear is going to have a purple color. James Reed Lane across from Christ Episcopal Church will be lit purple. And finally, the hospital this Friday should be lit up in purple. So that's our celebration, and hopefully will generate a little bit more community recognition this year. And that's our goal for this year's Month of the Military Child. Does anybody have any questions for us?
Can I add one other thing? Ms. Nasser failed to let you all know that the Purple Star Awards really came from work that started in Craven County and really by these two professionals behind me. And that model was taken to the State Department of Public Instruction, which now is using it to recognize schools all across the state of North Carolina. That recognition is critical because it sends a message on our websites and in all our communication that we are working really hard to support our military students. So I want to thank her for providing that framework and doing the research to get it started, and really being a leader in the state of North Carolina for this purpose.
Oh, and Dr. Doyle, she said that. I forgot to say that Purple Star is on the North Carolina school report cards for our school as well. Yeah.
Well, don't say that, because I want everybody to understand. It's the narrative has changed in Havelock because of the work that you've done. There used to be a lot of chatter of military families moving in, and the chatter's changed. It's not perfect, but it's changed. It's improving. And I think people underestimate some of these students. A lot of them come from Japan to go back and forth, to certain bases, and so they're used to a day-at school, which is completely different. They're surrounded by people, that are military. They get them, and then they come to our schools where a lot of people don't get them. But the narrative between you two and Dr. Dole's relationship within Colonel Ferry, that's when the narrative started to shift. And it's been a really beautiful thing to see for my community. I'm looking forward to it. But you guys work amazingly well together. You may fight behind the doors and we don't see it, but when you're out and working, you guys are a dynamic duo that makes a tremendous difference. And I very much appreciate that, because when the narrative changes on schools and our commitment to our military families, then it changes on who lives in Havelock and who lives in the surrounding community. So, and that chatter's also changed with committees that I'm on, like military affairs and other things. The chatter is changing. That means the work that you're doing is paying dividends for not only our system and those students, but for our community at large. And I appreciate that very much.
We appreciate what you're doing. You are making a difference in those kids' lives.
Mm-hmm.
I would like for, I should have asked it before Dr. Diggs sat down. Dr. Diggs, if for the May meeting, can you, will you please get those references, the coordinators at each school for the ADVENT program? I think the board needs to hear a report from them. We haven't heard from ADVENT in a while now. We used to hear from them. We have not heard. And I'm hearing some things that I'm not pleased with hearing. And so I would like to know what direction the program is going in, because it is designed to reach those children who would not normally go to college. And I would think that one of the main purposes of the program was to target into those children. But what I'm hearing is that there are students in that program that don't really need to be in there. I'm just hearing, because they're going to college anyway. And the ones who family have not been to college or who would not normally go to college, those are the kind of kids that we need to be targeting. AG kids do not need to be in an ADVENT program because more than likely they're going to college anyway. Okay, and so I think that we need to, I think we need to look more into it to make sure that the people who need to be in there are in there, and that is run the right way. If we're going to have it, it needs to be done the right way. If not, we don't need to have a program. If it's not going to benefit the children that need to be benefited from it. So I would like to get us to have some dialogue and get somebody to give us an update. It would be nice. I think they're at each high school now. Is at each high school?
At our traditional high school.
Right. I think that maybe the administrator for each high school or whoever will come and give us a report on that and let us know the progress of it and how it benefits the kids and how many kids are going to college who have been in that program. And with the 8th grades coming up now, I think it would be a good time because those kids can start at the 9th grade level, you know, if they're put in the program. So I think that would be it. And I had I had two more concerns. And I know you can't do it now, that's why I think this is with Miss Lee, the EL program. I'm hearing from some of the elementary principals that is not working well for them, especially with grade 3 classes. And I don't know, but I would like, you know, we need to get some information about that. I think some of them are getting kind of frustrated with it. And I think they got enough frustration as it is without having that. And there was one more that came to my attention. Martin teacher. Who's in charge of that? That's at every school? Martin teachers at every school, and what I'm hearing that's not being utilized. That they're not using it. It's a program, but it's not being utilized. And I'm thinking we paying a lot of money for that program. We just need a report. I'm just, you know, we can put out some fires. None of it may be, what I'm hearing may not be true, but I want to get some information about it. So it's at least let these people know that we are listening to what they're saying. And it needs to be investigated.
Modern teacher had been brought to my attention as well. So I asked the finance officer yesterday to share with me what we've been spending on modern teacher. She actually sent me an email yesterday.
Who did you ask now?
Miss Altman.
Oh, okay.
Miss Altman, Mr. Lee.
Okay.
So in 2018-19, we spent $90,200 on modern teacher. 18-19, 82,500. 19-20, 42,150. And then this past school year, we've spent $123,750 on modern teacher. I've received the same feedback that teachers are only pretty much using the playlist. I asked my daughter what she uses from modern teacher. She has a playlist that she can look at, but she does most of her stuff through Canvas. I've talked to several staff members. I was actually told by a staff member yesterday that when they get an email from modern teacher, they don't even open it up anymore. They just delete it. And I've been told by some leadership people at schools that sit on like school improvement teams, cabinets, and that kind of thing, that their viewpoint of modern teacher was that it wasn't really rolled out with fidelity. It was kind of dropped. And it was also brought to my attention, and I asked about it yesterday. Our superintendent sits on that board, their national council. And that wasn't disclosed, I don't think, to the board members until yesterday when I asked about it. She compared it to sitting on the YMCA board, which is a community board, nonprofit. But Modern Teacher is a very much for-profit company. So, you know, also I would think that if the superintendent is sitting on a board for a company and it's as an advisor, that would also be part of her evaluation and recognition of something that we would want to keep up with the progress of what's going on with this company. So I found out, I called a Modern Teacher yesterday, actually, and I'm waiting on a call back from Dr. Chavez. Our superintendent has been sitting on that board since May of 2019. So it's been almost 2 years and nobody knew anything about it.
Chairman, can I respond?
I think you should have.
Yeah.
As I sent in correspondence to the board yesterday, I can't say whether I've said directly to the board that I sat on an advisory council for Modern Teacher. However, again, it's no different than us receiving feedback from folks that we work with and our stakeholders to get information about what's going to be better about our services to our students and to our staff and community. The only thing that we benefit from is the district benefits from having our voice at the table as we think about the information that we're getting from Modern Teacher. And to give a little bit of background about what Modern Teacher does for us, they started, this came to us as a recommendation from one of our cabinet members. where we use this service and the framework that they provide to help transition us to more digital and blended learning, which our system has benefited from greatly over the last several years, and particularly in the last year and a half, as we have transitioned to remote learning because of COVID-19. We started the discussions with this group, as Ms. Muse indicated, in 2017, and after the hurricane in 2018, clearly continued our investment in this work because it's helped us to provide that framework of instruction. The challenging thing sometimes about a service like that is not all of it is directed to provides service specific to our teachers. It's also provided a great deal of work for our cabinet and for our central services in getting us organized and aligned to be able to provide blended learning and instruction. And so we're happy to provide more information about that at the May meeting, if that is the board's wishes, and want to make sure that you all are aware as much as you want to be. Again, I can't say whether I did or didn't. Has been included in my evaluation documentation for several years. Not necessarily that I sat on the advisory council, but I sit on the Chamber of Commerce as an advisor as well. I don't know that I've ever said that, as a specific outward communication to the board. So again, our opportunity with me sitting on that board, just like our opportunity with me sitting on a military board at the state of North Carolina level, is to have a seat at the table and be able to inform policies in nonprofit areas, but also in services that we might receive.
After we received a correspondence yesterday, the board, when you was explaining the modern teacher, I kind of have heard something about it. Being a new board member, I kind of sit quietly and try to learn as I go along from everyone here. But I reached out to some people to find out what was modern teacher, what was it about. And it was a consensus of educators and teachers that they said that no one likes it. They said, I would say that each school may have used bits and pieces at their own comfort level, but it's a total waste of money. We started using Open Up ELA, which I'm not familiar with, which we didn't fully implement, and now we are using CCI. Over the 4 years, we have implemented 3 different programs. And in those 4 years, the first year, we didn't have anything that we ever fully implemented. Everything that we have before we can implement it, we have to move on to the next one. So we don't really know how they work. I like using CCI. We did use it initially as we transitioned to digital learning. Initially, with the creation of the landing page and playlist. We also referred back to it when some of our teachers showed success to have them go to the next level of the playlist. It's in addition, moving forward, I was going to refer back to it to see if we could take it to the next level. And what digital expectations would be. And to see what the digital expectations would be for our teachers to emphasize how we can use the flipped classroom mode in classrooms, especially upper grades. So in the beginning, it was nice to have as a framework and a reference for our teachers, I think, but it is useless now. So that was on the modern teaching. On the next level, what Ms. Muse was talking about, just for your sake, I think the true thing that they're bringing up is you have told us how it benefits the district. I think people want to know, and they're probably just not saying, is it benefiting you at all? Are
No.
you getting any perks?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very offended about the defamatory comments that have been made and suggested, and quite frankly, the continual harassment that I've had to endure as a result of just trying to do the work that we need to do in order to move the system forward. the unfortunate part about the information that you gathered, Mr. Dove. And I respect that that is the perspective of someone who sent you that correspondence, is that many different things, you mentioned many different things there that are totally not related. Our Open Up is a curriculum. It's our core curriculum. I'm sorry, sir.
I don't know how they were but that, I just read that as a given.
Certainly, and I understand that. And I think that's part of the challenge sitting in this seat, especially over the last 12 months, is that I would respect and I would ask you all to provide the respect of asking me if you've got questions, or asking our central services staff so that we have the opportunity to respond. It seems as though the goal is to find things that are wrong. And I understand that there are things that are wrong. Hold on one second, Mr. Dove, if you let me complete my sentence. And not really find out what the accurate information is. So in terms of Open Up is a curriculum that we are using significantly. It's being implemented and it has been implemented for 3 years. The first year of implementation, this is our K-5 English Language Arts core curriculum. It was adopted by this board and approved by the Board of Education. It's aligned to our pacing guides. And it is one of the things that actually is putting us ahead right now in terms of our students' literacy instruction, because especially the skills block curriculum pieces in grades K through 2 are matching what the state of North Carolina has come out with in terms of the science of reading, and making sure that we return back to providing fundamental phonics instruction for students to learn how to read. That curriculum, as I mentioned, was rolled out in 2018-19. You know that we were in the middle of a hurricane. Last year, the 2019-20 school year, which should have been the first kind of full year of implementation of that curriculum. And our teachers were using it at much higher levels. This year, as we have strained during remote learning and then blended and hybrid learning, as well as then coming back to face-to-face instruction, teachers have had to make lots of modifications, and our instructional coaches have tried to support them and have been supporting them to make careful selections about what to focus on as they move forward in providing instruction for students. So we Open Up is a curriculum like a textbook. That's the best way I can use to describe that. And so we're constantly trying to make sure that we provide additional alignment for that curriculum to the state's pacing guides and the state standard course of study. Again, we feel very good, especially with the skills block instruction that's provided in grades K through 2, that there's great alignment with the state's direction for the science of reading. You mentioned CCI, which is the first part of training our teachers in continuous classroom instruction, continuous classroom improvement, classroom learning systems. And that is nothing more than asking students to partner with teachers to improve their learning. Craven County Schools was using this instructional framework several years ago to great success. And it's part of the board's recommitment to continuous improvement, not just in our classroom, but also all the way up to the level of the board. So CCI is the first course in training students, or actually staff, excuse me, our teachers, to first set and communicate clear direction during their lessons every day with their students, and then to partner with students so that they are helping the teacher to improve that classroom learning system. And that means nothing more than asking students, do the instructional activities that we implemented during this unit of instruction help you learn? Give us some examples of how it helped you learn. What activities helped you? What activities do we need to change for our next unit of instruction to make learning even better? And we have over 500 of our teachers who've received not just the training, but also the coaching to support that implementation. Our instructional coaches support not just our classroom learning systems, but also the curriculum adoptions and implementation that go along with our pacing guides and pacing documents that are aligned with our core curriculum. Modern Teacher has assisted us in providing and developing professional learning at the system level, in aligning our strategies, our key strategies for our system school, our strategic plan, as well as our school improvement plans, And it also has helped us last summer specifically, and probably will a little bit this summer, in providing summer school resources for our students, and really is providing a great deal of resources that we could not provide unless we had a huge department full of staff to do that. Craven County Schools just added this past school year a director of digital and blended learning, Ms. Kelly Williamson. And we had not had a person who was responsible for that type of instruction. Obviously, that came as a result of the need of the pandemic, and that has been very beneficial. But there are resources that Modern Teacher has provided to our system that she cannot create alone. And even if she had a team of teachers, would not be able to create alone, to much larger expense. One of the comments that was also made yesterday was that well, I'll leave it there. So I hope that provides some information, but I also welcome the board to contact me directly when you receive feedback. Part of the reason that we're trying to work on the district's concern process is to ensure that folks are following the chain of command, and bringing problems up through the system so that we can address them rather than allowing problems to kind of fester, one, but also two, end up creating undue, I guess, influences if there's not a larger scale concern. And again, I think part of this, and obviously we will do some more communicating, is making sure that the board understands the different parts of our curriculum and our instructional strategies, as well as our operational strategies to help us be successful at this time. Again, I'll point back to last spring, Craven County Schools transitioned to remote learning within a week. There were districts across the state that never transitioned to remote learning the entire school year last year from March to June. And these are systems that have 10 times more students than we do. Some of our ability to use all of our resources from the classroom level all the way to the district level has been hampered by the pandemic. And so it has been a challenge, I think, for all of our leadership, all of our teachers, all of our support staff to do the work that we've had to do through the pandemic. But also, I think, to really take measure of where we are and continue to work forward to make improvements. I appreciate Mr. W. Let me speak.
Okay. Well, in response to some of it, I think that text wasn't, you went on to the other initiatives and whatnot. I think the whole sentiment of what they were basically saying was that Modern Teacher, is it Modern Teacher?
Mm-hmm.
Just wasn't good. They weren't trying to compare it to the others. But as far as just coming to central office, I don't have a problem with getting central office's side on things. But as a representative, I was brought here by the board, but I'm still a representative for the community.
Absolutely.
I don't think that we just need one side of any story to make a seesaw balance. So if people are speaking to us, we have to take that into consideration too. If we only come to central office, we're only gonna get one side of how people feel. And that's not gonna be the true pulse of the entire community. Because as a board member, we represent the people and not the central office. So, I mean, that's who my ears are more in tune to. So it won't really be my opinions that I speak. My opinions, I guess, will be formed by the community, you know? That's where I come from.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that and definitely want to have you all provide that. I just remind the board that I'm your employee. And so when you have concerns
Well, that's why I brought it up now.
Yeah, but I think sometimes the assumption is that what is being stated is the gospel truth for all 1,800 employees of the Craven County school system. And I don't know that any employee would relish the forum of a public meeting to receive a concern, which may or may not represent all 1,800 people.
And I can agree with that.
Right, and I mean, owning that process, owning the concern process for the board, that what we just did was not anywhere aligned with that, so we can learn from it, right? Because We want to bring the concerns forward. We want our constituents to be heard, but we want to do it in a productive way that actually makes real change and doesn't destroy something that doesn't need to be destroyed, doesn't make someone feel attacked or, their character challenged. So that's why we have that process and we learn from it. So like that concern, it would have been great to stop with we'd like a report on Modern Teacher next month. We'd like to hear what's working, what's not working, how much it costs, all of those things. That's absolutely, I think, a great thing to do and to ask for next month, because hearing from a few people when you've got, like she said, 1,800, but you don't not listen to those 5 you don't not listen to those. So, I mean, I think it's absolutely would be wonderful to have, next month a report on that with some feedback in addition to what you just said, because it's a lot to ask you to be prepared to answer all of that in a meeting when it wasn't on the agenda. And also with transparency, we didn't tell anybody we were going to be talking about this today. So nobody who might tune in that likes Modern Teacher, you know what I'm saying? So with transparency, you want to make sure it's on the agenda.
That wasn't my intention. If it's saying as if I was attacking, you all brought it up. It came to all of us in the text yesterday. So I inquired about it. So since you all brought it up today,
I know.
I just wanted to put my 2 cents in as well.
And I'm not upset.
So I personally wasn't attacking anybody.
Yeah, I just want to say we can learn from it all, right? And
but if that's not the way the board should operate, I apologize. But since it came up on the table,
now it can come up on the table. I'm just saying, I just think there's a better way to do it. I think it needs, for me, I think when we're going to have a good talk about it, a good, fair, robust talk about all of it, I think it should be on the agenda so that people can participate. And so that's all I'm saying. I think we can talk about anything. We can talk about anything and do anything, but you want to talk about it in a way that you can get the information you really, really want. So that's all I'm saying. The concern process, there wasn't one in the concern process this month if you look at your data on Modern Teacher.
I brought it up because I didn't put it on the agenda because I didn't want to put it on the agenda today. Because I wanted to give them time to prepare the information to bring it back. It is a concern.
Right.
It is a great concern because teachers are talking about it, and obviously it is a concern. And I know that it takes time to put that material together, and I know it takes time to get what we need together. And that's why I brought up the AVID and the Modern Teacher, because those are some things that we need to address. And I'm sorry that Dr. Doyle had to bring it out that way, but at least we know, at least we know. And so we know, we learn and we know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just waiting my turn to you.
It's your turn.
Just want to add my 2 cents. One, just want to make sure that we accept our stakeholders' comments, whether we like them or not. The second issue, though, that's troubling for me that I think we can discuss and should discuss in closed session is the potential for there being a conflict of interest. No one, well, I can only speak for myself. I clearly am not attempting to defame your character, but we must avoid not just a conflict of interest, but the appearance of impropriety. So in that sense, that can be discussed in closed session.
And I want to make this clear. This is not, I have not talked to Mr. Dove, didn't know what he was going to say. I've not talked to Ms. Muse about anything. And said some personal stuff this morning
in the car.
But it was nothing about what I do not do this. I'm not going to discuss stuff on the outside. Whatever I say, I'm going to say it on the inside so everybody can see it. But it looked like the 3 of us knew what we were going to say. No, that was not it. I don't know anything about his email. He doesn't know anything about the stuff that I received. And I don't know anything about the stuff that she's received. It just happened. And it's happened because it is a hot object. It's the title. I didn't know that Dr. Doyle was on the board or anything like that. So it was nothing like that. I think that, it's something that needed to be said. If I just wanted for it to be brought back, Mr. Dove has some concern. Ms. Muse had done some research and,
Well, the reason
Let me make it, hold on, Ms. Kelly. Let me make it perfectly clear. Me getting in this conversation all started from yesterday. Okay. So I have done no research. I'm not a fisherman fishing for stuff here. So I need y'all to know that. I'm not a fisherman fishing for anything. All I want to do is represent the people. That's it. I'm not going out here trying to find anything on you, Ms. Doyle. So I'm responding only to, and everybody in this room that's on the board, you know, we got a response about this yesterday.
Yes.
I asked somebody yesterday. So when I came to this meeting today, thinking it would come up, I would have something to say.
Right.
So that's where my part comes from. It has nothing to do with me looking a month ago into anything or 2 weeks ago. It all was birthed in my life yesterday when we received that correspondence.
Madam Chair, I'm not trying to jump on anybody either. I have received numerous complaints about Modern Teacher from all grade levels, from multiple staff. So that's why I started looking. Because before I ask an official capacity, I'm going to look to see, okay, how much money are we spending on this? I'm getting a lot of statements made to me that it's a waste of money and a waste of time. And then I find out, so I sent the text message yesterday. It was me. I asked. I didn't go to anybody else. I went straight to the superintendent and asked her, are you on this board? Did you disclose this? When did we know? What's the deal? So I thought that I went through the proper channel. And if we need to put it on the agenda in May, I was going to ask for that, but here we are.
I think that's the appropriate thing to do for at least that issue. You can talk about the other one, you know, as you said, but I think for this issue, I think that's the appropriate thing to do is bring it back next month so that we can get a full picture of both the concerns and the positives of the program, which typically we would get. But I mean, you know, at some point during organizational review and other things. So, but you do bring your concerns. We do want our concerns, but that's why we work so hard on our concern processes so that we bring it forward. And we're still working on that. That's a work in progress. So we're not going to get it right. I don't want to blame anybody for bringing anything forward, but I do want us to right now rope it in and put it on the agenda for next month and move on to the work on the agenda. Yeah.
And it seems to me, and you know how wildfires can start. We brought up several programs, and we do have some programs that we're dealing with. It might be good at some point where the entire board, where someone will present to us the different programs that are being used in the schools and how effective they are and why they're being used. And I think this will help in the future with some things that we need to know. So we do have a lot of programs, and teachers do complain about the number of programs that we have. So it's good that we can bring that up and it may not be feasible to do it next month, but at some point, just tell us, just go back over so everybody would know, not only enough the stakeholders too, so that when they hear this in the community, they'll know that this program is for this reason and this program is for that reason, and that way we're all on one accord and everybody knows why we're doing what we're doing, because we're not trying to hide anything. We are trying to be transparent, and we do think about it, we need to work together to get the system where it needs to be. And the only way that we can do this is to work as a team. We are not individual boards. It's not 7 boards, it is 1 board, Craven County School Board. And we as a board have to set the example. We have to work together to get accomplished what needs to be accomplished. And let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. And at this time, we're going to ask Dr. Miller if she would do the human resource report.
And this was sent to you electronically, and you also have a paper copy at your seat. Thank Ms. Clark, she's always my proofreader. There is one correction that will be made. The coach for track is actually at Havelock Middle School, not Havelock Elementary School. So that change will be made. Thank you for catching that. And Madam Chair, with your permission, when everyone finishes, I would like to give you an update and talking points regarding the 12-month installment, because I know many of you have been asked questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I know this wasn't on the agenda, but I wanted to give you the information before we start discussing with employees, so you're aware, so if everyone's okay with me kind of giving you a one-page talking point, I would be happy to do that. If you let me know when you finish reviewing the report, I would be happy to share that with you.
And can I send you, I mean, it's in my board concern, the concern about that, the information, but can I send you that person's email so that you maybe could send that plan to them, or would you prefer I do that?
That is totally up to you. I would be happy to respond to that, and we will be sending out a memo to everyone. But again, I wanted the board to have the information prior to sending it to employees. But you will have the information to respond, or I would be happy to do that as well.
Okay.
We also had an inquiry from our Representative Tyson when they caught wind through a conversation in public that something was changing, and he wanted to know, was that us? And Dr. Doyle helped us get an answer back to him that this was directive out of the Treasurer's Department, I guess coming through DPI. And so it would be real good if we could get a copy of this, what we're doing, to him for his knowledge.
Absolutely. I'll share that with Dr. Doyle and let her share that with.
They've already got it.
Okay.
Okay.
You're good, and you're getting ready to share as well.
Right.
Yeah, we've already done that.
Got it. Good. Thank you.
Are you ready for me to share the talking points?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so as part of the statewide modernization project, and you know, Craven County Schools is a part of that. Mr. Lee is working and getting us all on a system that will all talk to one another. DPI sent a memo to the finance officers, and Ms. Altman's can jump in if she needs to, sharing with us that they would no longer support installment pay. And for those listening that might not understand what that means, teachers are 10-month employees, but they can stretch their payout to be paid their annual salary divided by 12. So they get paid in June and July, which means we've held back, or DPI's held back that money for those 2 months of pay, and we're no longer allowed to do that. And teachers are getting wind through NCAE and other organizations, but there are going to be options for Craven County School teachers to get paid in June and July. We just will no longer be allowed to hold the money. So to give you some talking points when folks ask you, employees who are currently on 12-month installments will get a check this June and July. So it does not impact this year. It will start with next year. Okay. So they'll have a whole year to get prepared for this. Effective August 1, Craven County Schools will make installment plan options available to our 10-month employees. They can do it in two ways. They can go through the credit union, State Employees Credit Union, who has a summer savings plan that is specially designed for teachers. Many districts are limiting to that, but we didn't want to do that. We didn't want folks to have to set up a separate account. They can also choose the bank of their choice. And the way that will work, we will have a form through the finance office where they decide how much they want taken out each month. And we will, you don't want me helping them with math and finances, so I'll leave that to Ms. Altman. But to help them decide how much to take out so that they can get paid in June and July. They'll have to make a decision by August 1. And just so you know, if folks start in November or after the beginning of the year, they cannot select the 12-month payment option anyway, because it would not give them ample time to have enough money. So this has normally been done for folks who come during the summer and start the first day of school. So they will have the option, but they have to let us know by August 1 what they would like to do. There are benefits to this that many folks are not realizing. that as they put the money in their account, which is a savings account, they will actually draw interest on that. So before we were holding the money, so they weren't getting the interest. The caution is, like we all like to do at Christmas, do a little extra shopping. They're going to have to just leave that alone and pretend it's not there until the summer comes. And the credit union does a great job with that to incentivize them to leave the money there so they will have that
And
money.
Dr. Miller, I just want to correct just one thing you said, or just clarify it. Although Dr. Miller said they think we hold it, we don't hold any money. We get allotments for salaries every month from the Department of Public Instruction. So we don't hold any of that money. It stays at the state until we draw down that cash. So I don't want anyone to think that we've ever benefited from 12-month installments.
By we, I mean the state who pays the teachers. DPI. Thanks for correcting that. Yeah. So we get the money in June and July for those 12-month employees. So now they will get paid 10 months. They will have 3 options. They can elect to be paid 10 months. They can elect to go with the State Employees Credit Union. The Summer Cash Program is what it's called, and they will work with them. It will be a payroll deduction, just like a car payment. And Ms. Altman and her staff will pull that money out and send it to the bank account that they choose, and it will be put there a little bit each month to have money for June and July. Or they can select their own bank of their choice to do that and set that up. So the benefit is you draw interest. The downside is that since they're paid 10 months, all their benefits, dental, all of that will come out of the 10 months pay. The annual pay out for dental and all that will be the same. It will just be divided by 10 months. So that's the bad part. It'll be a little more each month. The good part is that will not come out in the June and July check. And they will have already paid taxes on that money since it's already been paid and moved. So taxes won't have to come out of that. It's like they got the money and put it in the savings account. So during the summer, there will be no dental and any of that coming out of their checks. They just have to understand now it's going to be divided by 10 instead of 12, so it'll be a little more each month. So I gave you 5 talking points, and I'm open to any questions you may have. I did want you to have this information because there is a little bit of information out there that Craven County Schools is no longer supporting teachers to be paid 12 months, and that is not the case. This came as a directive from DPI, from the finance office at DPI, that we could no longer do this. They would no longer hold the money, nor could we.
Where did you put the talking points?
It's in the sheet under your HR report. Did you not get one? I have an extra.
Let me see. There we go. It was under, I stuck it in my folder. Thank you.
So by hearing you say it, it seems like a lot was clarified, and I heard that too. I wasn't expecting when I took this seat, I would hear from so many people about things. But I've heard a lot of disdain towards that. But what you're telling me now, the only difference is that the teacher, principal, educator will be responsible for saving or tucking the money aside. It's the same amount of money. It's just in a shorter period of time.
Absolutely. And we will help with that. They don't ever even get the money. It will go directly, just like if it were a car payment or a mortgage payment, and they set up, it will go directly from our finance office to the bank account of their choice. And it'll be there for the payout in June and July.
So it'll be tucked away for them as well.
Right.
And this is not something that we're deciding on. This is what's happening. This
Yes,
is
sir.
what it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
State mandates didn't have anything to do with.
What was the rationale of the Treasury that they wanted you to?
The memo said, as part, the exact what I put in the first sentence, as part of the statewide system modernization project, that they would no longer do that. And many districts have done it this way for a while because of the holding back money and folks could draw interest, et cetera, et cetera. And again, many districts are only giving them one option. I feel like, and cabinet as well, that we need to give our employees as many options as possible to save their own money. So.
I do find it disappointing that we're moving to a new and better and more modern system that serves us less or our employees less. That's incongruous in my mind.
Can I just add, as a person who's had experience transitioning to the specific HR and finance package in a totally different role, I don't know that this is necessarily a result of the modernization. I think that they're taking the opportunity right now as we make the transition to new programming to make some changes in other things. So I don't know that it's necessarily associated with our transition to Tyler in our case, and I don't know what the other vendors are in other parts of the state. I think it really is they're taking the opportunity now while they transition their systems and upgrade them to not have to have this additional step of holding that money back. That's just my thoughts based on understanding that transition.
Let me see. In an attempt to be well abreast in response to what you said, Mr. Ipoc, you said it serves them less. From what I'm just hearing now, it seems to me, and I want you to tell me how it serves them less. It seems that it serves them the same if a separate account is going to be set up where the extra money goes into it, where they won't see it in their life until those 2 months when they need it. That's what I'm hearing right now. But I want to know, what do you mean when you say serve them less?
I was speaking of the system that's being put in place that now changes this, that has been managed at the state level. Now we have to put in provision, and our able help here, have found a number of ways to address it, but it's all going to be the work that's done here as opposed to the old way of just filling out a form that says, yeah, put me on 12 months instead of 10 months. So.
Because before, the teacher didn't have to worry about saving or anything. It was just, you picked 12 months and you just got 12 equal checks.
You looked in your bank account and it was there in June.
And they didn't have to worry about anything else. They didn't have to worry about the savings or temptation of going in it or anything. It was just 12 equal payments. And then our folks didn't have to do anything. There was just a form checked and then boom, you got 12 equal payments.
But I think that's what, I think the person that affects mostly is Denise. Because she has to handle it. The teachers still never, it's still gonna be the same for them. They find the bank that they want, go to state employees, which is probably the easiest one, since it's already set up for that. It's gonna be the same thing. They never gonna see the money anyway, right? If they sign up for it, will they ever see the money?
Well, I see what Ms. Smith was saying. She's speaking about the temptation or the ability. Yeah, so no, I see what she's saying when it comes to that, Or emergency. It might be an emergency pop-up where they have to take that money and spend it, and now those 2 months are gone because this money wasn't. So, yeah.
Just an adjustment.
The other thing that we talked about too, to the question you asked, Mr. Dove, and Mr. Ipoc responded, when it's only 10-month installments, there's more taxes taken out in each of those months. So, and you're putting more or less money divided up into those 2 summer, accounts for, June and July. So, I don't know that it's a significant amount, but it is enough probably to make, a little bit of an impact each month.
And they see the better results in the summertime, right? Because they no taxes coming out in the summertime.
They've already been taken out.
They've already been taken out.
But they're going to, and Dr. Doyle's right, there's going to be a higher rate of taxes and their insurance and stuff will be taken out. So their paycheck, and you're going to hear that they're making less money, but they're really not, because in June and July, they won't have all those things taken out. The money will be there. Draw an interest if they leave it alone.
And we have it's done. There's no say so.
This was a directive from the state.
Okay.
They would no longer do
It's an
this.
adjustment for them. It's a big
I
adjustment.
really appreciate you guys going the extra mile though, to give them another option.
And not using just one bank, but give them some of them may already have an account with state employees, but not everybody does.
Right.
So it makes it better.
And one other thing I do want to clarify, while the state said they would no longer do that, there is a general statute, 115C 3021B, that requires teachers to be given the option to be paid 12 months. But DPI says they're not going to do it. So we're required to give them that option. So we don't have to give them multiple options, but we want to do what's best for our folks. So we're going to give them multiple options, but the law says we have to do it. DPI says they're not going to do it. So we're kind of in the middle of trying to find what's going to work best for our employees.
So any communication with Representative Tyson should include that, refer to that.
Yep, and it's in that first paragraph.
Yeah.
And we did provide that, as Mr. Ipoc mentioned, I sent it to him.
Great.
It's so good to be modernized.
That's all I had, and I appreciate you letting me kind of stray a little bit, but I thought that might be helpful as you're asked questions to be proactive.
It is.
Okay, so now back to the HR report. Any questions or?
Any question about HR? Everybody's all right with HR? Put on consent. Move it on.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
I actually do have a question.
Okay.
So, Dr. Miller, I counted 33 resignations and retires total, thereabouts, right? So that's 33 staff members that are leaving, but then I only counted 8 rehires and 2 temp hires, right?
Right.
So with our current list of vacancies, which include future vacancies coming up, and some of these are future vacancies coming up as well when they're added to us. I was trying to look it up real quick and I hadn't gotten that far. I believe I looked the other day and we had 151 vacancies posted on Teacher Match. So when we add these 33 to it, that gives us 184 vacancies that will be posted on Teacher Match thereabout.
We have 134 as of today. I knew you'd ask, I already calculated.
Okay, but that still bumps us back up to the 160 something mark once these are put on, right? Because they haven't been put on yet.
If they've resigned, that's the point of them resigning early.
Right.
They are put on as vacancies so they can advertise. As soon as the person
So
resigns,
have some of these already been put on Teacher Match?
yes,
They have?
yes, yes.
Okay.
And that's the reason you'll see under licensed personnel resignations, all but one are May and June. And principals send out a form that says, what is your intent for next year? And if they say military moves, or I'm moving away, or, I'm retiring, they ask that they go ahead and put that in writing, because I will not post it until I have a resignation. So once they get that resignation, many principals send the vacancies with it. So if you see them retiring or resigning effective June 1, we're already putting those up. So those are not in addition to. Currently 134 is our number for today.
Okay, so, but even still, our numbers of resignations and retirement really outweigh our replacement at a way faster rate. Could we possibly be running the risk? And it also seems like pockets, like you might have several at this school and not so many at this school, and some more at this school and not so many over here. If our turnover rate remains the same over the next few months and over the summer, we all know that in education, turnover is higher in the summer months. Depending on the number of staff that at each school, could we possibly be running the risk of it becoming a safety? Because we all know custodians, child nutrition people, all those people look out for kids in a building. So it doesn't really matter to me so much if it's a licensed position or a classified position. But are we running the risk of possibly being able not to open a school because vacancies are so high?
And I don't see that happening. And at organizational review, I'm going to share a lot of data on where we are and what we've done. Our principals have done an amazing job at recruiting early, and we had 2 virtual recruitment fairs. We already have folks that have signed a contingency employment saying, I'm accepting the job, I'm going to quit looking. But folks are currently in those positions, so they're gathering their transcripts, or they're waiting for them to graduate from UNCW, from ECU, from other North Carolina universities. So at this point, I'm not really nervous we're not going to have the teachers, because our principals have done a great job and they're continuing to look, which is part of the reason you see these folks in May and June, because they want to know, here are my vacancies and here's what I'm looking for. Now, I'll tell you, science, math, and special education, they continue to be state and nationwide issues in recruitment. So we're talking in my goal team about what we can do to provide incentives for folks to come here, or incentives in those high areas, and incentives to go to low performing schools. So that's all the work that's being done in the goal team and being brought to cabinet to make sure on the first day of school we can roll.
Since you mentioned performance, I know, and I was wondering, do you think part of our turnover is because, I mean, our performance is down district-wide. I mean, it has been for quite some time. So do you think that part of the reason our teacher turnover, I mean, because I know numerous teachers that have left and went to other districts that touch us. Do you think maybe we should add a line on our exit survey if student performance is part of the reason why?
And the goal team is currently Cabinet just looked at yesterday, the exit surveys, and the questions are really broad, and we're going to look at making them more specific. So I will certainly bring that to the goal team to consider. But I can tell you there's a comment section, and you guys have received multiple surveys. And I've not seen performance listed as an issue. But certainly we can look at that as a question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just optimistic. I am overly optimistic. I just cannot even imagine us not being able to open up schools because we don't have enough employees. And because they are leaving out, they leaving, but then other folks are coming in, everybody's losing people. Some are leaving us and going somewhere else, and then somewhere else, they'll leave other places and they're coming to us, you know? And so I just cannot even imagine, I just refuse to imagine that come in August that we cannot open school because we don't have enough teachers. I just don't see that. I'm just optimistic that way. I just don't see that.
And I'm, again, at organizational review, I'm going to share with you a number of things we've done to be the first out there seeking the very best teachers for our students.
Yes, sir. Miss
response.
then Mr. Doug.
In response to what you just said, seeking the best. What do we do as far as going to HBCUs that have education programs?
And we have done.
Partnership with ECU, but do we have any partnerships with like Winston-Salem State, North Carolina Central, St. Paul?
And this year has been particularly difficult. In the past, I have gone there, a group of us taking teachers that graduated or administrators that graduated from those universities with us. This year with the pandemic, folks have limited face-to-face, and it's been more difficult, but certainly that is something we want to do.
But we haven't done it prior to the pandemic?
Yes, we did. We did. But, and I shared, and I'll be glad to share that with you as a new board member, the decline in enrollment in universities across the state. And sadly, the historically Black colleges and universities have had the most decline in education enrollment. So that makes it challenging, which is why we're looking at ways we can recruit our TAs to become teachers. Right. 2 weeks ago, I went to a school, made a visit. The principal asked me to come talk 2 TAs into becoming teachers. They already had the bachelor's degree. They're starting the first day of school next year. They just needed somebody to say, you can do this. All you have to do is take a few courses. So that is one of the pools for diversity that we need to look at, because our TA pool is much more diverse than our teaching pool.
You're right.
So we continue to look at that, but I appreciate that, and would be happy to have you go with me on one of those visits. So,
You going to Central?
Let's go to Central first.
and that's great.
No,
I mean,
going to
that's
North
what we
Carolina
need to
A&T
do, because folks really like to hear from folks that graduated from that school or university. So we've done that. I mean, Ms. Phillips has gone with us, and they'll say Aggie Pride and all the things. So we've done that, but I appreciate you mentioning that. We will continue to do that. I'm hoping we'll get out of this pandemic, because meeting folks face to face and making that connection is one of the best ways to get them to come to Craven County Schools.
Yeah, Jason Griffin is
He said I need to say Eagle Pride as well. Call out.
No, you don't.
That was West Craven, right?
North Carolina Central.
Well, West Craven, but
West Craven
in this
too.
capacity, yes, West Craven.
Yes, West Craven, Eagle Pride.
But that pride does, and we laugh, but it does help when you say, I graduated from here and I actually live in New Bern, and here's the things, not only our school district offers, but our community offers. We've got to sell our community as well. So I appreciate that, and anyone that ever would like to go with me on a recruiting visit, I would be happy for you to go.
Let me know.
Ms. King.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that your team is looking at the survey, the exit survey, because as I was looking at it last night, there were some things that I think we could get a little bit more in depth with. And one thing that I would like to see is a trend, like maybe what subject they're teaching or grade level they're involved in, or what, I know we really can't do, well, yeah, we do school, but subject level or grade, subject level grade, and it was something else that hit my head. So that maybe we can start looking at if there's a trend in a particular grade level, like if it's 3rd grade, because this is
the first tested year, and these teachers are leaving because they don't want to be involved in testing. And I wish, hindsight being what it was, that we could do something before they leave. And what I mean by that is if it's a group of teachers or teachers who are not prepared for the tested year, the third grade year, that we could do something to circumvent that, to keep them from exiting Craven County Schools or that school. Maybe, if it's professional development, if it is, moving them around into an area in the school that they feel a little bit more comfortable with, while still giving them the skills and the tool set to become prepared to teach that tested year. And I know I'm doing a lot of talking because I was doing a lot of thinking last night as I was looking at it, where what could we have done differently to keep them? Because some people, when they're getting ready to leave, I'm getting ready to leave, so I'm just gonna give them what they want to hear. We just gotta be real. Some people, I don't think they're being totally honest because I'm out of here. Let the next person worry about it. But we as a school board, I think we need to find ways that we could be a little bit more proactive before we get this final, piece of paper that we've lost some valued employees.
And I agree, and I would say again, the principals have done a great job in sending out those forms, and on the forms, most of them ask, would you like to teach a different grade level?
Good.
And we've asked the principals to have a conversation when someone is wanting to leave. Dr. Doyle and I actually had a conversation with someone yesterday, and both of us asked, what can we do to get you to stay? Sometimes there's something we can do. Sometimes folks are moving.
Right.
There's not something we can do, but I appreciate that. We will continue to look at ways to have those conversations and look at ways that folks can feel confident in just sharing that with us. Right. Go into their principal and saying, I'm over my head in third grade. I really think I'm a better fit in first grade or kindergarten. Right. So I appreciate that. We will continue through Leadership Academy to talk about recruitment and retention. So I appreciate all the comments that I've heard.
And we as leaders have to listen. We have to acknowledge, because sometimes we as leaders have been we have been out of the classroom so long that we think, oh, they can do that. Oh, they can handle that. Oh, I did that. But it's a different time. So we have to be a little bit more gracious in our understanding of what our classroom teachers are faced with and helping them. Because I'm just gonna be honest, Ms. Boomer is idealistic, unrealistic. We don't need to lose anymore.
No, we don't.
We don't need to lose anymore, because we have children who are dependent upon qualified educators, not 70-year-old substitutes coming in there to babysit. Not like my mama. But we need qualified educators to educate our children, because they deserve the best. And we as Craven County Schools, we need to make sure that we are giving them the best.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Amen. I'm giving
Well, she said also wants to say about teachers, but can I say something about the other ones? I think you might want to look at some creative ways for the custodian, those kind of people, because looking at the Chamber of Commerce trends, there are tremendous openings of people not being able to get people to work anywhere. Anywhere, restaurants, hotels, anywhere. There are so many job openings. So we might want to look at some kind of creative, I'm sure you are, because you're already the most creative recruiter, but that's an area that this is an intense time for hiring and recruiting people. So those kinds of folks, we might want to do something. Anyway, Mr. George.
Real quick, and in response to the surveys that you all were talking about, I haven't spoken with, but an educator has spoken with me and said that on the surveys, maybe we as central office and all might need to have some type of blind surveys that you can give people, because as she was saying, I was told that the surveys aren't honest. This is by, they said because people have told them verbally, but they won't put on paper because they don't know if they'll come back to the area and want to get a job again. So they was like, you can't go by them surveys. And they said, I know that for a fact. So just so you all know, it might be another way we need to try to find out what's the issues and what they feel, so we can correct it at the top.
And we have, other than exit surveys, we have the North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions surveys, which are anonymous. Ms. Wagner puts out a survey on the off years that are anonymous, that are aligned. And we actually talked about aligning the exit survey yesterday to those same questions. So we're not asking different questions at different times, and then we can actually look at, as Ms. King said, look at trends in data.
Right. And just
before
like Ms.
people
Doyle
leave.
said, that, what I'm hearing might just be a small percentage of the overall climate. So, but if I hear it, I'll tell you. That's all I can do.
And I
That's
appreciate
all.
that.
Anyone else? Good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So just good for the summary. One went to consent and one
Oh,
went
yeah,
to consent
what-
and the others for information.
Yes, the human resource report goes on consent, and the other sheet that we have is just for our information. Okay? Thank you, Dr. Miller, but I would suggest, Dr. Miller, that you take Mr. Griffin with you to Elizabeth City. He graduated from there. He is a North Carolina Principal of the Year, and he worked for Craven County. That should be a good selling ticket. Okay? Now we're going to ask Mr. Stacy Lee, who is waiting so patiently for us this morning.
I'm actually going to start, Ms. Boomer.
Hmm?
I'm going to start, because I'm going to actually introduce Ms. Altman, who's doing the budget, but I'm going to provide my context, and then Ms. Altman will provide the rest of the budget for the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the board. And as you know, for those of you who've been sitting here for several years, I generally give an introduction, and then Ms. Altman kind of gives you the details. You also have in your meeting agenda the line item detail about the budget as well, to include the capital outlay. Just a reminder to the board, you all have been sitting in meetings with Mr. Jeremy Russell with regard to our capital improvement programs. And so you know the needs probably at a deeper level than normal years as we approach the capital outlay portion of the budget, which really is kind of small. Just a couple of things to celebrate from this school year, and there's lots of other things to celebrate, but these are some highlights. This past school year, we increased the teacher supplement from 9% to 10%. The chair, the vice chair, myself were told by the county manager recently that we are one of the 10 highest supplements in the state of North Carolina now. And we need to do a better job of advertising that to Mr. Dove's point, to Ms. King's point, to all of our board members' point, as a point of recruiting teachers to this area. One of the challenges, though, you know, that we have right now is housing for our potential employees, not just our teachers, but all staff. And so if we've got teachers even coming back here who have family in the area, they're still having trouble finding housing as well. Just a reminder that during the hurricane, we lost about 4,500 units to flooding or water invasion, and that many of those units cannot be rebuilt in the New Bern and the Havelock areas particularly. We restarted Craven County Schools Leadership Academy, and we've conducted 4 sessions, 2 principal sessions. Actually, it's 4 principal sessions if we talk about the groupings, but overall, each principal has received 2 sessions from myself, 2 sessions from Dr. Miller, and the assistant principal's the same. Our early colleges, it shouldn't say A recognition, but their graduation rates are high, and then we have really transitioned to digital and blended learning this school year. And I also want to highlight that our school nutrition staff has served over 1 million meals during last year's school closure. Just a reminder that our vision and our mission drive the work of Craven County Schools and our 5 goals. And that is what is next in this presentation is the goals that we are working towards. We've heard a lot today, and we continue to hear a lot about the performance of our school system. Our biggest challenge is that we haven't had a year of measuring that performance since 2018-19. And so we've not had a chance to demonstrate on a statewide level what our students have done and what our schools and our educators have done in terms of improving student performance. That does not stop us, though, from using the indicators that we do have to monitor student achievement and performance, realizing that our students have received a pretty significant loss of instructional time in terms of in-person instruction. Just a reminder, this school year, we're still in limbo in terms of the state's accountability system. The state of North Carolina has had their waivers approved by the United States Department of Education. However, the General Assembly still has to take some action to decide what that means in terms of reporting performance for this school year. our accountability system and our tests are based on 185 in-person days of instruction or 1,025 in-person hours of instruction. Not one student in Craven County schools or across the state has had that many hours. We continue to have challenges with our budget, which really are challenges with the structure of our school system, the population densities and the changes in demographics of our school system, which have been rapidly increased by the pandemic and by Hurricane Florence. Just a little bit of context here. Our local government provides about 20% of our funding for our school system. About 75 to 80%, depending on what school system you're with, is provided by the state of North Carolina. And then another percentage is provided by Title I funding. And Title I funding is directly related to the percentage of students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged as measured by free and reduced lunch. So this shows you back in 2014-15, kind of where our system was in terms of local dollars that we get per pupil, okay? And this comes from the statistical profile in the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. You can see over time that those numbers have changed. Generally it changes, and you'll see in 2019, 18-19, that it changes because we received funds to assist us in getting through the hurricane, which were attributed to our local per pupil dollars. But you can see as you look at the systems in our region, some of the systems in our region, that we are one of the lower per pupil averages. We have changed over time, which is due in a large part by the work of the board in partnering with the Board of Commissioners and because of the Board of Commissioners investment in public education. This particular year, 2018-19, shows you the impact that the money that we received from Hurricane Florence from the state of North Carolina had on our local effort. You can see though that it returns back to normalized levels in 2019-20. This data is always in arrears, and again, this is on the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction website, the statistical profile. But again, we're competing with systems who have more dollars per student. And so we're trying to make sure that we are leveraging those dollars at the highest levels possible. I've shared this with the entire board, this slide, and I've just updated it with 1920 numbers, which you saw during the presentation, but also kind of where we are right now with membership in each of these schools. And you can see that many of the schools have not had any kind of significant differences, with maybe just a couple of exceptions. And those exceptions really are directly related to the impact of the pandemic on the workforce, on folks who may be losing their jobs. And you can see it in areas where the socioeconomic status of the school really has an impact because you see those parents doing some of the jobs that have been the most significantly affected during the pandemic. So as you know, we all had to close down for a significant amount of time last spring into the summer. That affected our service industries and our restaurants and hotels and that kind of thing. And then those folks lost work for a time, which has impacted either where they're going to school and also sometimes where they're living. But I'll kind of go back to this. These numbers represent now 9 schools that have low enrollment. Every time I've shown this slide over the last 3 years, I've added more schools to it. I think the first time it had 5 schools, we're up to 8. And these are numbers that represent a significant investment of resources per pupil that is much higher than our schools that have kind of a more normalized amount of students as you look at the averages across the state, okay? This is clearly the norm in Craven County schools, but it is taking an overwhelming amount of resources, which goes back to the per pupil effort. We've got to make sure, you know, our human resources is about 70% of our budget, 80% of our budget. So the people we employ is the bulk of what we spend money on. And so when we're using a larger proportion of human resources for smaller groups of students, we're not necessarily getting the best efficient use of all of our resources. Our people are the most important part and component of our school system. And you'll see how if we kind of maybe thought about, as the board is considering the capital outlay, the opportunities that lie in that capital outlay and that capital investment plan, that we can provide more resources to more students if we are a little bit more efficient. This is just a case study in what happens with the state allotment. So J.T. Barber, as you know, is one of our smaller schools. And being one of our smaller schools, this is just an example from fiscal year 2020. You can see how many students on the left-hand column, so kindergarten through fifth, how many students were in kindergarten through fifth grade that particular year. You can see based on the allotment formula for that year, what number of teachers are allotted. All right, so based on this number of students at J.T. Barber Elementary School, they got 12 positions. And we locally provide a position for elective courses at 1 per 200, just trying to make sure that there's some consistency from K to 12. Well, our Board of Education has been very strong about ensuring and requiring that we provide art, music, and PE at all of our schools, which is becoming increasingly hard as we get schools that are smaller and smaller. And so you see how she's got class sizes. You look at fifth grade, for example, she doesn't necessarily need a fifth grade classroom with 31 students in it, but she won't have any other teachers to assign to resource instruction if she does not get some additional assistance. And this happens in many of our small schools because as we look at the allotment, you cannot divide up children in neat little pockets to go to school. And so of course, you see in that school in particular, you've got a pretty consistent number of students in grades 2 through 5, but the allotment formula is not the same in grades 2 through 5. And so it's 1 per, I think, 24 in grades 4 and 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Miller. But it's in third grade, 1 to 18. In second grade, 1 to 17. First grade, 1 to 16. So because the allotment formula is not consistent, of course, the goal is to reduce class size. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have 31 kids in a fifth grade class, but sometimes we are in that situation in order to make things work out. This is a comparison of schools, and I've just updated it with this year's numbers. And again, I showed this to our board as we were considering the long-range facility master plan. You can see you've got 2 very old school buildings in Havelock. And in those older school buildings, in addition to the investment of resources that has to go into keeping and maintaining those schools for operation, we're also investing a significant amount more human resources per student at Graham Barden with only 254 students for the same amount of resource being invested for those kind of support, administration, school counseling, front office, receptionists. So who's taking care of those military families, as we heard this morning, coming in for a school that has 580 students. Again, these are the challenges that our board is considering as we go through the difficult decisions about how to provide a narrow long-range facility master plan. This is what it costs to operate one of those smaller schools in terms of the resources that have to be allotted. And again, we get a principal. This was something that came up in one of the meetings. Now, if we have a school with at least 100 students, we get a principal position allotted as part of our state allotment. What we don't get automatically is an assistant principal. Assistant principals are allotted 1 month of employment per about 95, 96 students. Well, in a school of 200 students, that's only 2 months of assistant principal employment. As the board has seen, there are districts that don't necessarily always provide assistant principals at the elementary level, or definitely don't do them based on any kind of per pupil allotment, because the assistant principal allotment by the state of North Carolina does not match what most systems really need. But you can see that there's a significant investment of funds, and all of these are human resources, right? So going back to what Ms. Altman affirmed a minute ago, 80% of our budget is human resources. Almost $900,000 is going to provide additional support for schools where there might be much more efficiency and the opportunity for lower class ratios or student to teacher ratios in schools that serve many more students. Another challenge is the geographic proximity of our schools. This is the Havelock area, and you can see Graham Barden is up there on the, actually Arthur Edwards is a little bit up there on the, in terms of the label on the top right. But when you look at the flag that designates that school, it is about a mile as the crow flies from Graham Barden. And it's right across the street from W.J. Gurganus. You can see these schools are so closely compacted, and a lot of it has to do with, you know, how planning happens in communities and municipalities, counties, because, you know, obviously we want to make sure that schools are accessible to neighborhoods. But sometimes, and in our case especially, we've got many small schools concentrated into a small area with a small population. The same thing happens in New Bern, where you have this same really concentrated group of small schools. Again, you can walk really from any one of our elementary schools on this side of the bridge in New Bern in a short amount of time, within half a day. And again, it just goes to how difficult it is to not just staff these schools because of their smallness, but also even drawing attendance boundaries and that type of thing. And you can see the geographic factors that really influence how attendance boundaries are created. You see the river is clearly a demarcation point. You see that Highway 70 is, as well as Highway 17. As you know, enrollment in Craven County schools has been a challenge really a little bit since before the pandemic, but not the pandemic, the recession. During the recession, obviously people came back to public education for lots of different reasons. But when the school system eliminated whole-scale reassignment requests, we saw a dip in enrollment. When the district redistricted and changed the assignment of students to different schools, which really I think was the first time that had been done in maybe 2 decades. Some folks made some different choices. And then you can see the impact that Hurricane Florence has had. And the pandemic eras are just showing you which school years the pandemic had an influence. Obviously, this year is where we see the biggest impact. And this system-wide forecast really just determines based on the birth rate of children in this area, as well as the military projections for particularly Havelock. You can see the impact of the moving out of units of aircraft of Cherry Point, and then hopefully the moving in of new units of aircraft to support the F-35B. You'll also see, if this graph kept going, that elementary's dip will be followed by a dip in middle school, and then later will be followed by a dip in high school. So it will change enrollment throughout. Another challenge for us is classified pay. And I was not able to find whether we received, I think they received maybe a bonus last year. Did state employees receive any kind of a bonus last year that did not contribute to their pay? I think they may have, but either way, you can see that since 2008-9, there have been little to no increases in the salaries of state employees who work for public school systems. Often you'll see that there's a state raise, but then they exempt public schools from classified employees from receiving those raises, which has resulted in this salary compression that is existing in school systems, encouraging many of those folks to go to other agencies, not even go into private businesses, but to go into other governmental agencies where they can be paid more money because they have more control over their salary scales. This board, the work of our staff and human resources, has worked to improve classified pay by doing salary studies and making adjustments within existing ranges when it's appropriate, changing the classifications of particular employee groups, which you can see has resulted in changing the average pay from $25,000 to $28,000. But folks, you all know what $28,000 or $25,000 is divided by 12 and how that computes to being able to fulfill your monthly obligations as a leader of a family with children or even just taking care of yourself. Just a reminder that teacher turnover remains a challenge, and this year 1920 fell into part of the beginning of the pandemic, which Dr. Miller has shared. But this is the reason why we've got to continue to focus on ensuring that our teachers want to stay, ensuring that before an exit survey ever goes, that we understand why folks have to leave if they have to leave us, or stop them from leaving if they don't. Additional challenges are, we don't know anything about the state budget, what's going to happen with federal allotments, although we can pretty much say that federal allotments probably will stay pretty stable moving into the next budget year. We are proposing maintaining our request from the local Board of Commissioners from both fiscal year 2020 and the current year. So this will be the third year in a row we're not asking for an increase. We also have effects on enrollment from COVID-19. We're not sure yet because the General Assembly has not provided any direction about how they're going to, or if they're going to hold districts harmless for changes in enrollment as a result of COVID. We'll continue to have health-related costs, PPE training and ventilation and mechanical systems, as we have talked about during the long-range facility master plans. We do not yet know, and this is very unusual, what the proposed benefit increases are for the teacher's retirement system and healthcare costs. These are last year's projected numbers, and so I'm not exactly sure if the percentages are exactly right because this was, I don't know if I have the final amounts, but essentially our retirement rate increases have been astronomical over the last decade. Just as a reminder, the state employees' retirement system is held by the North Carolina State Treasurer. Also, the local government employees' retirement system is also held by the state treasurer. The difference is they don't hold the healthcare liability for local governments. Those are held in individual local government units. The state of North Carolina holds the entire liability for all healthcare costs for state employees at the level of the state treasurer. What does that mean? Right now, it means that if you are a new employee in North Carolina in a public school system, you will not receive lifetime health benefits. So going back to what Mr. Ipock said about, just the little thing of, 12-month pay. Now, if you get employed here as a brand new graduate of a North Carolina system, HBCU, a private school in our state or any other, and you come to North Carolina expecting to have a career here and then be rewarded with healthcare benefits afterwards, you will not get that. It still exists for employees who started their service before January 1st of 2021, but it does not exist anymore for anyone newly hired. This is not assisting us in recruiting and retaining not just teachers in North Carolina, but teachers to the profession. And that's a huge, huge challenge. And then also we've lost impact aid revenue over the last several years. It'll be interesting to see whether a different administration changes the allotment of impact aid. We have seen a little bit of an uptick in the last year, but these numbers still reflect losses over the last probably 10.
Since we have a new board member, could we just briefly talk about impact aid?
Sure. And I'm going to let Ms. Altman talk about it a little bit more. She's the expert. But we receive impact aid. You heard our amazing military liaison counselor and talk about, our staff talk about the percentage of students that we have that are military connected in Craven County schools. When that number is above a certain threshold in a school system, we are qualified for what's called federal impact aid. That federal impact aid comes from the federal government. It's based on very strict documentation of, you're a student who's connected to a military parent, you have to fill out this form. It's a very cumbersome process because it's not electronic and that kind of thing. This year, though, they have allowed us to do a little bit of it electronically because of COVID, so that we're not passing papers. So that's been an actual benefit of what's happened with COVID. But that documentation certifies that you receive some extra services. As our folks this morning presented, we've got about 2,800 students who are military connected. Based on a certain percentage of those students who are actually, I think, active duty military connected, we get a per pupil allotment, which about 10 years ago was about $2 million. Right now, it's about $1.3 million. And Ms. Altman's going to correct me if I say anything wrong, or she's going to come up here and correct me after I get done presenting. But that money is really federal dollars. It's interesting, though, the perspective of some of our elected officials is that it defrays the taxes, the local taxes that cannot be collected on a military installation. So in Craven County, about 10% of our land mass is occupied by the federal government through Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point. The Craven County cannot collect taxes on that property. As a comparison, in Onslow County, the land mass is 40%. 40% of the land in Onslow County is occupied by a military installation. They cannot collect taxes on that land. And so the perspective sometimes is that extra or what it is for us now, $1.3 million defrays the loss of revenue that the county receives that comes directly to us. So we call it federal dollars, they call it local dollars. Either way, it's money that we use to balance our budget. But it has to be used, and we do use it to make sure that we're leveraging improvements for our military connected students. And you can see that in the work that was presented today. Ms. Smith, is that all right? So our budget priorities from all sources really are aligned to our strategic plan. First, these are the big priorities: the learner, the educator, teaching and learning, and educator and teacher learning combined, as well as resources and operations. One, we want to continue to improve student performance and at some point be able to prove that we have. And we know that we're going to have significant gaps in learning due to COVID-19 learning loss. As I mentioned before, none of our students in Craven County and no students in any other county have had the same amount of in-person instructional hours that they've had 3 years ago, quite frankly. And so when you take the accumulation of lots of time lost to in-person instruction, we've got gaps that are accumulating year over year over year. As you think about the third grader today, their kindergarten year was the 2017-18 school year. They had a great kindergarten year. There was really little interruptions except for a little bit of a snowstorm. They start the 2019 or 18-19 school year, the most pivotal year for reading instruction, and they lose about 9 weeks essentially with everything else to the hurricane. They come into second grade. In March of that second grade year, they're sent home, and they don't return back to school again until October 19th of 2020 in their third grade year. And that's just the K-3 succession. You can do that for 9 through 12. You can do that for 6 through 8. There's no good grade level for what has happened to our students to have happened. So we want to make sure we maintain that learning loss. We need to maintain our supplement and recruit our own. Dr. Miller mentioned that she is really working to recruit our current teacher assistants and has included information or resources in her budget to be able to provide support to their education. We need to continue to adopt curriculum resources in the subjects for which we have not, so that we have an anchor or a core curriculum in each of our subject areas. We need to continue to provide professional development to ensure that students learn how to learn, which is what we're doing with classroom learning systems. And then we need to continue to make safety and security and mechanical improvements to our schools. One bright spot that I heard yesterday, and this is not the gospel truth, this is just based on interpretation from a webinar about ESSER 3 funds, which I'll talk a little bit more about at the end. But as we talked during the long range facility master plan small group meetings, we are getting a pretty significant amount of money there. And there is a chance that we may actually be able to use that for capital investment, significant capital investment. Everybody needs to say a prayer on that. But with the amount of money that we stand to receive, those could be pretty game changing in terms of really making a first step investment into what would ultimately be a long range plan. So the local current expense request, again, our considerations are maintaining our focus on teaching students how to learn, which includes our instructional coaches, our systematic literacy instruction, which is aligned with the state's new focus on making sure that students know how to read and the science of reading work. Benefits cost increases for which right now we do not know and have not incorporated into our budget. Continuing our teacher supplement, continuing other instructional staff in that supplement, and hopefully leveraging the ESSER 2 and 3 funds for improvements to schools, school mechanical systems, closing learning gaps, and continuing to support blended learning as it may continue to be necessary. The revenue adjustments, and this is stuff that Ms. Altman will review with you as well, so I won't harp on that, but there are minor revenue adjustments in terms of what money we're taking in. So again, we're not requesting a change in what we get from the Board of Commissioners, but we're anticipating revenue adjustments in some specific areas based on historical trends. And again, the expense adjustments at this point really are about benefits. Finally, our capital outlay plan is the exact same as it has been. Actually, it's a little bit less dollars just because the numbers didn't come up exactly the same as last school year. The process was, and we've shared this with the board, that schools and departments submitted requests for capital improvements. Those capital improvements were reviewed by a committee, and then they were narrowed down to prioritize based on health and safety, instruction necessary to maintain our property, and then stuff that's required by law, not necessarily in that order. And so that request again is the same. Just a summary of where our fund balance has been. And this is at times a bone of contention, but this is definitely a topic for the Board of Education to continue to consider. The fund balance in Craven County Schools has obviously, from the slide in front of you, seen fluctuations. However, we've really tried to make sure that we are following the requirements of the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Allotment Policy Manual and making sure that we are using all of our funds with the highest level of efficiency and effectiveness. So you can see fund balance assigned and unassigned to the total general fund balance, as well as the unassigned portion for each year. Being able to have this level of fund balance has allowed our school system to not have to go to the commissioners, for example, during Hurricane Florence to ask for or be able to make improvements quickly. And as you know, the Board of Commissioners was dealing with their own set of significant challenges to their own facilities. And so that was a huge benefit to both organizations and agencies to be able to kind of take care of the things that we needed to take care of. This fund balance also is, Ms. Altman will describe to you, does represent something that's going on in terms of our ability to use lapsed salary to leverage balancing our budget, which has been done for several years. And again, she'll speak to a little bit more of that. But I do want to reassure the board and also the public that our fund balance is healthy and that we're using our funds effectively. Finally, the fiscal 18 to fiscal 22, this is just providing a historical perspective of our local current expense. And you can see the difference in capital outlay. The only difference really this school year is that we don't have a single category 1 requirement, category 1 capital expense. And as you hopefully are reminded, the Board of Commissioners requires that those category 1 expenses that are over $100,000 just be reviewed by the county manager before they are sent out for bid. And that's a policy that's previous to my time here, but we've complied with that. We just don't have a category 1 capital outlay expense for this year, just because we had no expenses that met that threshold. It doesn't mean that we don't have some category 1s. We just don't have some that are above $100,000. This year, for example, one of them is the fire doors at New Bern High School. I've sent information to the board about that. And I think there was one, the Havelock High School gym floor was another one. And previous years, we've had gym floors that were also above that threshold. So this is our local current expense comparison. Just again, as a summary, we're not requesting any additional funds from the Board of County Commissioners. One thing, though, that is changed is that the city of New Bern has indicated that they are no longer going to be supporting school resource officers in the city of New Bern. And so Craven County government will be taking on those New Bern police officers moving forward. You will hear that in their budget presentation, but that doesn't necessarily affect our request. It affects their budget. And so that will be something that will come up as the public begins to discuss those budgets moving forward. They have been great partners in ensuring that our school system is safe, that we are making sure that we have school resource officers in all of our schools. And I also have to commend Mr. Lee, who's worked very hard with Mr. Nick Lucas to pursue grant funding through the Department of Public Instruction for those school resource officers. Some of those grants, we don't know how many years they're going to recur. Every year we think they might end, and we are given a little bit of a save from the General Assembly because of Hurricane Florence, because of the pandemic, and hopefully that will continue. So we're appreciative of the county's support of safety and security in our schools. And these are just programmatic changes since fiscal year 2014. And again, these include reclassifying an assistant superintendent for testing and accountability way back a long time ago, eliminating 2 central services administrator positions, federal programs, and administrative technology, reclassifying some positions in curriculum instruction. And many of these things happened before my time, but it's important that the board understands the impacts that we felt for a long amount of time. We reduced nurses, although we know that we need to continue to increase nurses, and through our ESSER funds, we'll be able to continue some of those at least for a period of time where we can start making sure that we can work that into our budget. Social workers, we did have a mental health grant, which has continued, but in different forms. We have the PASS program, instead of having 3 different directors for evening school. Clerical support has been reduced in the Department or Division of Instruction. Maintenance staff was reduced, I think, several years ago, and technology staff has also been reduced, although we've realized some improvements and some increases in those staff, not to the same level, but over the last couple of years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Altman, who will do kind of the logistics part of the presentation.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Steve, if you would pull up the slide show. I think it is the second one on there that actually has the capital budget slide attached.
It should, I think it's on there.
It's not the PowerPoint, it's the.
Well, just, will you scroll down to the bottom? I think it might be.
Is it updated?
No, it's not.
It's on the other one. Okay, I promise to make this as painless as possible, and hopefully I can answer all your questions if you have any. So just stop me if anything just sounds crazy or off the wall. As you know, I'm here to recommend that you receive as information the recommended fiscal year local current expense and capital outlay budget for fiscal year 2022. As Dr. Doyle stated, it has been completed in accordance with our strategic plan. And we've taken into consideration the special issues that we have faced with COVID-19 this year. The complete line-by-line spreadsheets, I'm not going to go through because I want you to stay with us, but they are in your attachments so that you can see each and every amount and expense. And please don't hesitate to call me or ask questions if you need more information about anything that's in there. My plan today is to highlight for you the changes in revenue and expenditure so that you have a good overall understanding of what is different in this year's budget. Okay. So as you know, we provide you, generally speaking, in about February with a budget calendar. And our budget preparation process is a little strange because we have to prepare the local current expense budget before we know what the state is giving us. So what we do every year, we work very closely with HR and Cabinet to look at our ADM. Dr. Cooper provides us with the most up-to-date ADM numbers for students, and we use the formulas from DPI to project what we believe we will receive from the state in each of the budget categories that we are able to estimate. And from that, we work backwards to kind of fill in the holes with the local budget. And the local budget also covers costs that are not included or paid for with state funds. So things like our utilities, things like our property insurance are always in the local budget. We cannot spend state dollars on those costs. So just some general background information. At the time this draft was prepared, DPI had not yet released state planning allotments for fiscal year 21-22. But we prepared our own estimated allotments and shared those in cabinet for information. And the proposed local current expense and capital outlay budget, should you approve these, will go to the Board of Commissioners in May for their consideration as part of their budget. We use those estimates that we prepare to make the best projections for what we need in each year's local budget. So the next slide kind of shows you, Dr. Doyle kind of gave you a background on this as well, but I wanted to show you what DPI provides us. DPI looks at our projected ADM and they look at our actual ADM, and they provide us our allotment of funds based on the higher of these two numbers. So that works to our benefit, because if we have a year like this coming year where our actual number is really dipped down due to COVID, we kind of have a little bit of a cushion at the start. However, like Dr. Dole mentioned, we are still waiting to hear if the state legislature is going to hold us harmless or if they will adjust us. They typically look at our best one of two. So they look at our first month's ADM and our, I believe it's the second month, and they compare those numbers with what they allotted. And if we are different by more than 100 students, they will reduce our funding. So we don't know yet whether the state will make that adjustment. Last year, they held us harmless, and that was a huge blessing. So we will be monitoring that and keep you posted as far as ADM and whether or not that's going to affect our state funds. Okay, next slide is revenue adjustments. So these are the items specifically that have changed in our revenue projections for next year. We did have an increase in sales tax revenue. Thankfully, it wasn't huge, but we've increased that projection from $100,000 to $110,000 next year. We have also increased our projected revenues for PRC 345, which is used for technology, which has been great for Ross and his crowd as they have had so many new expenditures with online learning. We received the most that I've seen in this category in this past fiscal year. We had budgeted that amount at $300,000 and we received $508,000. So not to be overly optimistic, we went right in the middle and budgeted that number at $400,000 for next year. The next item is our North Carolina Medicaid administrative funds. We received right around $200,000 this year, and that's been fairly consistent the last few years. So we did adjust that revenue source from $150,000, which was pretty conservative, to $200,000. Our county appropriations are the same as last year. We did see an increase in fines and forfeitures revenue, and so we are going to increase that revenue projection from $350,000 to $475,000. We've seen a decrease in our projected revenues for interest earnings this year, and so we are reducing that number from $90,000 to $40,000 for next year. So those are the specific line items that have changed in the revenue sources. On the next slide is the expenditure information. As Dr. Doyle mentioned earlier, DPI has not provided any guidance related to cost increases for retirement or health insurance. And so these items have not yet been adjusted in the local current expense budget. In the past, when we had years like this that we really didn't have a good feel for what those increases were going to look like, we have assessed that after the start of the new school year to see what the total cost will be. And then we've determined from that whether we could absorb that additional cost or whether we needed to ask for additional funding or whether we needed to appropriate fund balance to cover that. So we'll be watching that as soon as that information comes from DPI. We did increase our charter school allotment for next fiscal year. We've had an increased number of students that have gone to school at charters or virtual charters this year. I think with COVID and parents being scared, they're looking for online options. And currently that number is about 293 students. Prior years had been running between 240 and 260. So it's up a little bit. Our instructional supplement is staying the same at 10%. One additional category was added next year for student information and accountability. We created a new PRC that you'll see in the local budget, PRC 805. And that includes all of our testing and PowerSchool costs so that we can keep everything related to student information and accountability type programs in one area. We did increase in local PRC 039 for our local match, which is $16,667 per SRO. And we had 4 new positions this year. So we added that increase into next year's expenditures. And then we had a few other small increases for utilities and insurance that you will see. In the actual budget spreadsheet, you can look at what the current year budget is. Original is the first column that was adopted. Current is the middle column that is adjusted for any changes that we've made throughout the year. And the proposed is the number we're projecting for next year. So you can kind of follow the trend and see the changes. Okay, fund balance appropriated. In order to balance this year's budget, the total budget is, I need readers, $26,403,761 is the total local budget. Part of that cost is going to be absorbed by an allocation of fund balance. In last year's budget, we had allocated 1.7 million roughly to balance our budget. And that's not something we typically like to do from year to year. However, we had a lot of turnover. We had a lot of lapsed salary this year. We also had a lot of savings because our staff was not able to travel to, take professional development courses, attend trainings and things of that nature. So a lot of those costs were minimized by doing all of our work online and doing all of our courses and our professional development online. Because of that savings, our projection is that we will not need to use any of that fund balance that we allocated last year. So it will end up getting added back to our current fund balance that is reflected on our financial statements for June 30, 2020. So when you take the fund balance of 5.9 million that is reflected in the June 30th financial statements, and you add back the 1.7 that we probably are not going to use based on our projections for the rest of the year, you're coming back up to about 7.7 million, which is a really healthy unassigned fund balance. So this savings that we have found this year, and I have to say also, there have been some costs that have been absorbed through the COVID funds that have been helpful as well. Things like cleaning supplies and stuff for the schools relative to COVID that were eligible costs through the federal dollars we received.
I asked a question while I'm thinking about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is money. Okay. So we have 7 million in fund balance.
We project that we will by the end of this year because we do not expect to have to use any of that fund balance that we appropriated for this budget year.
Have we ever had that much in fund balance before?
We have been about 8.6 at one point while I've been here. Yes, ma'am.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
It just looked good. I was just wondering.
It's getting better. We're trying to keep it kind of neutral.
What is that magic percentage number, Carr?
It's about 3 months of expenditures.
Which is, so is it a set percentage or is it just 3 months? Is it that they try to keep you at?
Counties and cities, they recommend 8%. There's no set guideline for school districts because we are supposed to be dependent on the county.
Right.
I think that's probably somewhere around 3%. Okay.
But the majority of our saving grace has been from the COVID relief money, would you say?
No, it's more lapsed salaries. If you look at the number of positions that we have had vacant and you look at the number of months and you add that.
Rolling over months of employment for CTE.
Right, because anytime there is a vacancy in a state fund that we have a like position in local, if I'm paying a local teacher and I have, Susie over at Grand Barden resigns and she was paid out of state money, Susie's gone, there's a sub in there, I'm paying a sub from a different place. So I take the local teacher and I move it to that state position, and then I save those local funds for the number of months that I have that vacancy. Does that make sense? So a lot of what we have done is our best utilization of our state dollars. So we have been able to save money in the local funds when there have been vacancies. A lot of it's due to turnover, most. And then a lot of it also is little things that have added up over time, like people not going on trips and utilizing the travel money and things of that nature because of COVID. Okay. Anything else? The last bullet there is the proposed amount that we are looking to appropriate for fiscal year 21-22. We would need $1,458,770 of fund balance to budget for next year to complete our budget, to put it in balance. And I don't know that the trend will continue. It really depends on what happens with COVID and recruiting efforts and all of those things. It's going to be, monitoring week by week. Given our trend of turnover and savings from lapsed salaries, we may not even have to use that much. I don't know that we'll save the entire amount like we project we will do this year, but even if we spent the entire 1.4 million, we would still be sitting about 6.2, which is a very healthy number for us as an unallocated fund balance. That means no restrictions, no reservations on those funds. Do you have any questions about fund balance? Everyone good?
It is nice to see it, though. It is nice to see it at a
Yeah,
comfortable
we
level.
had 1 year that was really, really stressful.
Yes.
Yes. So the last slide that I have is just the capital outlay budget that Dr. Dole already spoke to, and you all were included in long-range facility planning, so you know kind of what's going on in that area. Do you have any questions about anything that I've presented to you?
I know you're probably not going to be able to answer this. I mean, we all know that the culinary lab out at West Craven High School have been abused for years. That equipment had been everywhere but right where and moved all around and worked in concession stand and done all kinds of stuff. So we're going to do a remodel on the culinary lab out at West Craven. So does that remodel, are we creating a classroom? Are we expanding the lab? What is involved in that remodel?
It's really just removing that wall so that there's a larger space. There's a new stove in there, I believe, as well as the existing equipment. So that will give more a lab space and then classroom space.
Okay, so I know that the instructor out there would really like to grow that program. And it actually be a restaurant like a self-sustaining program, which is doable in CTE. But for that to happen, a home kitchen can have commercial equipment in it. but they're still considered a home kitchen because they have to pass the health inspections and everything else, just like a restaurant would do. And so with it being classified as a home kitchen, in spite of having commercial equipment, they're only allowed to cook and sell food once a month. Vice, if they are deemed a restaurant, so to speak, then they can sell food weekly, which gives them a huge opportunity to grow their programs. So I'm wondering if we're going to expand that space, are we also want to partner with CTE on that to grow that program? And I know that there's some equipment issues, but then there's also some sanitation issues that have to be met to get the kitchen to pass inspection. They need to have at least one 3-compartment sink, at least one sink dedicated solely to hand washing. They have to be equipped with a proper fire suppression and exhaust systems. They have to have a fresh water system that can produce the required water temperatures. They have to have the proper water removal, and then they have to be inspected and pass for the National Sanitation Foundation certified, and they have to have those food service establishment inspections. So is that something that we're going to look towards being the end goal for these kids out at West Craven?
I know Ms. Tolston is looking at all of our culinary arts programs to make sure that we are having the highest possible enrollment. And the challenge you mentioned of all of our kind of culinary arts areas having to meet those state sanitation inspections are something that she's working on currently. So absolutely, those are the goals of all of our programs.
Okay, and then if we're going to do a remodel out there at West Craven, and there may be some new equipment that needs to be ordered, because I know that equipment out there is pretty old. And I believe when I was here, we replaced some fryers and a dishwasher maybe, and a refrigerator and a freezer, I believe is what we had replaced. And I knew that they had been having issues the past few years with the stove. Something about a gas leak, sorry. And so one of the things that we have looked at doing on some remodels that we're considering is to have some local restaurant people, maybe Smoke Boyd from the Flame or Danny Strange, to kind of come and look at those classrooms since they operate commercial kitchens, and kind of partner with the school system on how to streamline the layout of those facilities. So I think it might be something that would be worth looking into.
I'm sure that Ms. Tolson will work on those things. Also, we're trying to leverage all the connections that we have to make sure that we can meet those requirements as well. So I appreciate that feedback.
Thanks.
You know, I feel like I keep defending myself today. Ms. Mills, you made that known, because I see some eyes kind of rolling, because they know my daughter teaches at West Craven. I don't know anything what you're talking about.
Well, I emailed Chris,
I
Chris,
just want you to make it clear that Boomer has nothing to do with this, because, I just want to make it clear. I want to be
okay, so this
transparent.
is going to be my take on this, okay?
Okay,
All right, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
How politically correct do I have to be? Can I just be me?
Yeah.
Because I do me best. I'll talk about things and support things that I believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with anybody else.
Okay.
When I worked here in CTE, we had some bumps in the road with that program when it was taken over. But when I saw some of the stuff that was able to be created at Battle of the Books, because we know that we had the dessert competition and the trophy given out, and they would all have to share it and, you know, mean mug each other for not winning and all that stuff. I know what that instructor can do when that instructor puts their mind to doing it. And, facilities are an issue. And, I don't know how many people are aware. I know you're aware. But when this particular instructor took over that program out there, I went out there and helped clean that lab myself on my dime. And spent, ruined clothes and all kinds of stuff. Spent all that morning with my head in an oven. So I know that there needs to be some improvement out there, but it doesn't have anything to do. And I will say this. I emailed DPI and called Mr. Van Dyke yesterday because my director's doing evaluations. So this is all me. I don't need Chris Bailey to tell me about CTE. I've done it long enough. And I know where to go to get answers. And I also picked up the phone this morning and had a conversation with said instructor to see what their long-term goals for the program would be. So my decision is based on the information I retrieved myself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Altman. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. I have one question for Mr. Dove. He's asking about, he doesn't see the mention of the ESSER funds, and can we address that? So our budget is very different than a lot of county and city budgets in that ours has specific funds. Fund 1 is state, Fund 2 is local, Fund 3 is federal, Fund 4 is capital, and Fund 5 is school nutrition. We have Fund 8 that manages a lot of our grant monies that come into us. So the budget that you have before you today to consider is our local current expense and our capital. So it's just Fund 2 and Fund 4, because those two budgets have to go to our county commissioners in May for their consideration and approval, since they fund the majority of that budget. Fund 1 and Fund 3 and school nutrition, Fund 5, will come to you in June for approval. We have received a planning allotment for our new ESSER money. We haven't received an actual allotment to my knowledge.
No, and so part ESSER 2 is what we presented to you last week as part of the long-range facility master plan and some opportunities there. And we have a projection for ESSER 3. I don't know if you've gotten a planning allotment for ESSER 3 or 2.
ESSER 2, I have a projected number.
Right.
I
So-
don't have a planning allotment.
So we're basing those numbers and what we shared with you based on what we're hearing at this point, what we've seen on federal websites, but nothing that we've actually received in dollars. And those two funds really are kind of outside the normal budget cycle because they're going to actually cross multiple years. So you will receive those, and you guys are going to have to take a significant amount of action on those. But that's why some of the work that you're doing on the long-range facility master plan are going to dictate how that moves forward. Hopefully that makes sense.
So what will happen is we will look at, provided you approve this portion of the budget, it will go to the county commissioners for approval. And then we will bring a complete budget back to you in June that will include state, local, federal, capital, and school nutrition. And at that point, you approve that budget because we have to have something in place to begin operations July 1st for our new fiscal year. What will probably happen with the ESSER money, because we get all of the federal funds a little bit later, typically around October, is that we will come back to you in September, October, November, whenever we get that official number. And we will ask you to approve a budget amendment, which will add that new money to our budget document, because we don't have an official number yet. We have a projected, which is not official. And so, to put it in the budget this early would be kind of premature. And we really need to know more about, one, what our plan is to spend that money, what we're allowed to spend it on, because we've gotten some clarification, but not as complete as what we would like to make our plans concrete. And it's going to have to be spent in a relatively quick fashion. And there's a lot of purchasing guidelines and hoops to jump through with federal dollars to make sure you're doing it right and you don't get fined and you don't lose money. So that will come back to you at some point in the fall as probably an amendment to add it to the budget. But this portion of the budget is just the local and capital funds. Does that explain? Any other questions about the local budget documents? No? Are you ready?
I will wait for questions.
Yeah. We'll have a public hearing on Thursday at the meeting, and then allow you to take action if you just choose to after that.
Consent, so we'll take it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's information only, right?
Yes, ma'am. Today is for your consideration. We do need to approve it Thursday evening.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I
do-
only asked so I can keep the summary straight. I keep my little chart of what we
Oh,
did.
that's fine. I want you to do that.
Okay.
So any question for her?
I have a second item.
Okay.
If you're done with budget. Second item that I have for you today is to consider setting the tuition rate for the 21-22 school year. I bring this to you every year in April. It is based off of a report that we received from DPI that shows the local per pupil expenditure as of June 30th, 2020. You have both of these documents attached in your board agenda item. There is policy 4135, tuition for discretionary admissions, which is our board policy on how we will adopt this rate and what our exceptions are to paying the tuition. You also have the final per pupil expenditure report attached to your board agenda item. It demonstrates the final amount of local per pupil expenditures as of June 30th, 2020. So I bring to you for approval today, I'm recommending that you set the out-of-county tuition rate at $1,861 for the fiscal year 21-22 school year pursuant to Craven County Board of Education Policy 4135. This amount represents a slight decrease from the prior year. The prior year was set at $1,891. If you'll notice the report, Steve, can you pull up the final PPE that's attached? Here you go. Please excuse my chicken scratch up there, but the report shows an amount of local per pupil expenditures. It's highlighted there as $1,894.69. It's the column right there to the right. We did need to back out a little bit of insurance proceeds that were received because that's not really local funds that were spent on behalf of our students. So we backed that number out and divided it by our final ADM, which is also highlighted on the top left corner above all of those columns. The final ADM was $13,104. And so we rounded that number up for next year to $1,861. We dropped the 20 cents. So that just shows you the calculation of where that amount comes from. You have any questions about that item?
Anybody have any questions? So you want us to approve this, right?
Approve or consent, either way is fine. We do need to set it for next school year.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's in it, that's a hard copy. You can keep it, you can keep that.
Mr. Lee.
Good morning, barely. Before I start, I wanted to comment on what Ms. Smith said earlier. You use rationale and treasury in the same sentence, and I don't know that she can do that, but anyway, a whole different story. So it's new bus time. So every year I bring to you the agreement between DPI and Craven County Schools for new school buses. This year we were able to, they're allocating 14 new buses, $1.3 million. They're averaging about $96,000 a school bus now. And just as a reminder, there is no funding obligation from Craven County Schools. This is just an agreement that we have to secure so DPI can make installment payments on our behalf for the new buses. So I'm asking for approval for the agreement so DPI can make the payments for the new school buses on our behalf. Any questions?
I have one question. This is more, this is an increase in buses, isn't it? Over what our past trend line has been?
Mr. Ipock is close. We're normally somewhere around 10 or so on an annual basis. So we're getting a little bit more this year. Yes, sir.
Catching up.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Catching up.
We're catching up a bit, and you know, the state uses an algorithm on statewide as to who gets what, and it could have been that, you know, we were aging into more buses being replaced or whatever, but it is a few more than we've gotten. I know it was more than we got last year. Yes, sir.
Any questions, anybody? So can we want to move this to consent?
So maybe, yeah.
All right. And Ms. Wayne's coming up to do her presentation, but before she gets up here, if I could just take a privilege. This is a great example of visionary leadership in Craven County Schools, what she's getting ready to present, and it's really around community engagement, you know, trying to get local products to be used in the school district is amazing what she's done, and I think you'll be excited about the program that you're getting ready to hear about.
Yeah.
I think it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm counting, huh? Yeah. So just before lunch, we will discuss farm to school. And I know it's listed as farm to table, same difference, right? It's coming to schools, to the table. And let me tell you first about the next slide, tell you the reason why, the purpose of farm to school. First to begin, as a second badge or honor that I wear is I'm a board member of the North Carolina Farm to School. And I have the privilege of sitting with other 7 directors and the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and plan items that schools should serve to their students. Another reason is that our children are more likely to eat foods that they are familiar with. I have 3 of my own, and every year I plant a garden with my 3 kids while they were kids. And I had a daughter that would go to the pick okra off the tree, of the little plant, and eat it. That's how familiar she became with fresh fruits. She just went and sat in the garden and eat from the garden. And this is not a story, this is real. And also, as part of when we go on vacation, those 2 pictures you're seeing is our last trip before COVID in 2019. This is Milan. This is their farmers market. So every time we vacation, one of the things that we do as a family, we visit farmers market and we point out to the kids the different variety of fruits and vegetables that other countries have and that is similar to ours. And then when we go to the restaurant, then we know what to order off the menu. That's part of what we do. Next slide, please. But the main purpose for doing farm to school is this. This is a statement that's written in our Craven County mission and vision. We envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life, values educators and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student, leads in education and community engagement. So how do we become leaders in community engagement? That was my thought process. So I want you to know what you're about to see has not been done in this manner in North Carolina before. I spent 5 years in the Georgia schools, and every year I did this, and I can tell you I would trend participation, and I already had over a 90% participation, but during Farm to School Week, it was tremendous. I had not done it. The only time I did it was at 1 school per year, because there are challenges involved in taking on such food on a large scale like this. But this time in North Carolina, I decided to go big or go home, right? I decided to do it with all the schools, and I can tell you, I hadn't had gray hairs yet, and I think they're starting to come out. Next slide, please. So for Farm to School Week, 75% of the school menu will be items that were sourced in North Carolina. All activities will be done at James W. Smith, and that's a correction there, and I'll tell you why. We do have a couple going on at some other schools. This was asked of me in the very last minute. And then all elementary schools receive Farm to School activity books for Farm to School Week. And in addition, everyone received the Farm to School signs. Next slide, please. The suppliers that we went to, and I have met pretty much almost all of these farmers, and we have two here locally. And I will tell you, I went to Otter's Farm recently here in New Bern. I bet some of you don't know that there is an Otters Creek Farm here in New Bern. As you drive out towards Creekside Elementary, there is a couple, the Emerys, and they have this very cute farm of pigs. And they have some chickens and they have some goats. And I spent a couple hours with them, and we filmed, because this week we would start showing on Facebook and on social media some of those videos that we recorded with these farmers. But they are so excited, and later on I'll tell you that there is going to be a roundtable with the commissioner, and we have invited these farmers. They said, how has this not been done before? And there are challenges, and I would share with you some of those challenges that we have encountered, and that there will be an issue moving forward if we were to do this more regularly. But this is a list of some of the farmers right here in North Carolina. Hickory Gap Nut, we went up to, that's out in the mountains, and we have several meat products from them, and Ashe County Cheese, House of Rayford, they're supplying us with chickens. And this is, my team think it's gross, but I think, oh my goodness, this is so delicious. So the guy said, okay, we are bringing your chickens for you Monday, since you're serving them on Tuesday, and they will still be warm when we bring them. Everyone was grossed out by that, but I'm like, that means it's fresh. That means it's really fresh. Then there's Brookwood Farms, and you would see pictures of Brookwood's farms. And then of course, Otters Farms, Royal Farm, and so many farmers that we have here in North Carolina. Next slide, please.
I see Coach Sid up there. I want to.
Yep, let's go back. Yes, you sure. And Miss McCoy, she is Miss McCoy Cattle Farming. She is over at James W. Smith, and I partner with her because I heard James W. and that's why we are having all the activities at James W. Smith. Miss McCoy does an ag day every year with her students, and when I was told that by Miss Thomas, I thought, aha, well, she will be the first person to partner with, because then I know she's already on board and she's already excited. So then I thought, if I can get her excitement and my excitement together, maybe we can just convince the entire district how exciting this can be. So she has been a very vital part, and all her beef, the students at James W. Smith will be eating her beef products. She has given us the ground beef. Well, we are paying for the ground beef, but also very first time they have done it, they have made us beef patties from their cattle. Next slide, please. This is what the menu would look like for Farm to School Week. And so throughout the slides, we featured some of those items that we personally have made. So my staff and I, we have gone to a kitchen, and for a couple of days, we actually made these menu items. We formulated the recipe, we have revisited them, we have tested them, and we have decided on these items for Farm to School Week. Just so you know that it's a little more expensive to purchase these items, and we are providing, we sent out last week in Staff in the Know for the teachers that they are able to pay for a meal as well at $5 a plate. Next slide, please. So some of the activities during Farm to School Week. On Monday, we have the opening event, and I think the students at West Craven High School has come up with a chair that they have recorded for the school for Farm to School Week, and we'll start off the week with that. We also have the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. They are bringing their Farm to School trailer to park in the parking lot at James W. Smith. But Mr. Troxler is going to visit the school system, and I will tell you how this came about. In Georgia, every year I had the commissioner come and read to the students. So I thought this was going to be a simple task, right? I thought, okay, I'm in North Carolina. He knows he can't say no to me, right? So I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to write him a letter and invite him, and it's going to be yes. Well, at first he said, okay, that sounds good. His secretary said nothing is on his calendar right now. And because of COVID and all, let's kind of watch and monitor. So this was an invitation sent out to him about 3 months ago. And then, as he received his 2 doses, and his office wrote back and says, okay, what day? Well, these are the days now. He's now narrowed down his days. This is the day that he has available. Are you open? Yes, we are open for this day. And then after that, about a month ago, even after I submitted this presentation, I heard back and he said my assistant will come. I hadn't even told Mr. Lee this. My assistant will be joining you. And I thought, oh no, he's not. He's welcome too, but you will be there, So then I wrote him another letter expressing to him I said, you are going to be visiting a community that is full of farmers. You are going to be visiting some students that would absolutely adore your accent. You're going to and I gave him all these list of reasons. And then finally, the next day, his chief of staff wrote back and says how the commissioner will be there. Little did he know that I was not, but even if he said no after that, I was going to write another letter. I would not have ended there. But he would start off at West Craven High School and visit the 2 FFA class. They will combine, and I've talked to the principal, the current acting principal over at West Craven High School. He would start off his journey at that school, and then we would head over to James W. Smith, where we would have a lunch with the board and some other invited guests. And then after that, he would read books to the students, and following that, he would have a round table with the local farmers. We've got about 15 farmers that will be joining him at that round table over at James W. Smith. Next slide, please. The next activity, and this one is major. This one is so exciting. So I have teamed up with Ms. Tolson and her CTE culinary arts teachers from all the high schools, and we are having a culinary competition. And let me back up a minute. So I wanted to make this worthwhile for the students. So I reached out to the folks over at the North Carolina Farm Bureau, and I said, hey, I cannot provide cash awards using school nutrition funds. Will you help me out? These are the activities I have. This is what I'm hoping to offer. Can you help me out? And I heard a yes from them. One of the things that they wanted to do was to provide T-shirts for all the students. The activity I proposed. So we are having T-shirts for all the students over at James W. Smith. So she thought that was the most important activity on my list. So she decided to go ahead and proceed with the money that she offered to purchase these shirts. So I called her up and I said, okay, I'm yet to receive that check that you promised. And she said, oh, I thought you wanted T-shirts. And I said, yeah, not at the expense of giving the kids for the culinary students. And she said, well, we're out of money. I'm like, well, you should not spend money for me when you have offered it to me. So guess what? I got T-shirts and I'm getting that check. So I'm not playing dirty. I'm just being you offered me money, then you shouldn't turn around and spend that money that you have offered me. And I was very adamant about that. So now I'm having T-shirts and I get the check. So they would have all the students. Right now we have 5 teams over at Havelock High. I've seen 4 teams over at New Bern High. And Miss Boomer Brown, I think she's got 1 team from over at her school that will be participating. So today's the deadline for them to submit their recipes, and I've received almost all the recipes involved. And then I gathered up a group of quote unquote local celebrity judges to judge this competition. We have Mr. Brian North, who is very familiar with the schools here in Craven County. And then we have Mr. Jason Jones, and we have Mr. Ashley Moser, who is the owner of Cypress Hall, who's familiar with Farm to Table. That's what his restaurant provides. We also have 3 student judges over at James W. Smith, because we are not able to have student bus in because of, we are going to use the students over at James W. Smith to help judge the competition. Additionally, some of the menu items, some of the entries that are being served from those students, we are also replicating that and having a taste testing on that day with the students over at James W. Smith. And of course, there is a cash prize donated by the North Carolina Farm Bureau. We have 2 categories. We have the entree and the side dish, and each one is worth $250 per category. Next slide, please. It is, so that's a very, let me clarify that. So the competition, and Mr. Silvera, you are gonna be enlisted to work on that day. Just realize your setup is great. So we have the students will be at their schools, and their dishes will be brought in by their teachers, their presented dish. And then they'll be virtual, and the judges will be in person, and then each student will come on and describe their dish, which their teacher would present, and then they would have a chance to sample it, and then they would be judged at the end after the scores have been gathered and collected. So I know, this was a difficult one, but thank you, Mr. Silvera, in advance. Some other activities that we have during that week, we have a farm to school door art competition. And this one, I wanted a class involvement over at James W. Smith. So I wanted to know what students think of when they think of farm to school. So again, all the students in a classroom will be able to participate. They would decorate their door, or if it's against fire code, the wall by their door, based on their vision of farm to school. And I have a list of 5 judges that would also be judging the doors. And there is a cash prize for the class to do whatever they like with that $200, a class award. Next slide, please. Some daily activities that will be taking place, and Ms. McCoy has been very active in these. There is a virtual tour from farmers. There are daily book readings and themes, and Mr. Truxler will be reading on Tuesday with the school. But the one thing that's not on that slide that has been added, and there will be lots of buzz, and read the newspaper about this. There is something called muscadine juice in North Carolina. If you haven't heard of it yet, you're gonna hear a lot about it. So it's already passed two hearings, and it's in the final stages of being a law where North Carolina schools will be mandated to serve muscadine juice. It's a local fruit, and the LeBlue company, they are the makers of this product, and they are trying to implement muscadine juice in the schools. They've already sent me 30 cases. It's over at West Craven High School. The students over at West Craven High School will be officially taste tested. And the reason why we sent it to high school, because it comes in a 10-ounce bottle. I'm not sure that they are willing to reformulate to be approved for national school lunch, but it can be approved for a la carte sales. And I'll have to present this to them next Monday, the results and findings. The following Monday. So, and one of the criteria is that my Board of Education will be also testing, because it might come down to if it's been approved, then how are local boards seeing this product. So during lunch on Tuesday with the commissioner, and the commissioner has already gone and met with LeBlue, and also the Department of Agriculture have gone. And as a farm to school board member, I will have the opportunity to go and show them the results and findings, and as well present to the other board members. But on Tuesday, when you have lunch with the commissioner, part of your assignment will be to taste test muscadine juice. I heard it's great, and I haven't tested it yet, but I heard it's a good product. Next slide, please. So this is where we came from. Every time you go online, you would see this is what food in the United States represents. This is what it looks like. Mashed potatoes, everything brown, canned beans, canned fruit, some chicken nuggets, and look at the other countries. You have Brazil and you have Italy. And look at all the fresh produce. Look at what they're serving their kids, and look what they think around the world we feed our kids. So this is where we came from. And next slide, please. This is where Craven County School Nutrition wanted to go. This is where we are hoping that it will go. And this is a literal replicate of what we will be serving during farm to school meal, one of the days. So, and in my mind, and I hope that you guys are asking yourself this question, why aren't we doing this every day, right? Is that going to be a question? I thought it might be a question because I know I would want it to be a question if I had children in Craven County schools or any school in North Carolina. I would ask, well, why aren't we doing that every day? Well, there are certainly challenges involved. And I can tell you off the bat, the cost, very expensive. So I did a cost analysis. So the typical cost that we would, a plate cost on the National School Lunch and everyday lunch, you would see anywhere between $1.10 to less than $2. And that's good plate cost because of the reimbursement we receive per plate of food that we serve the kids. Who want to be brave enough to take a guess as to what that plate cost is going to cost during Farm to School Week? Very good guess. It's between $3.80 and $4.25. So that's why I have to provide, when I provide in the teacher's meal, I'm having to charge them $5 because they have to cover. I cannot supplement their costs. So that's why the teachers pay, it's about roughly around that time. One of the days it's actually even a little bit more money, but that's a very good guess. Right, so under summer feed, and that's a great, you must have been doing some research, Mr. Dove. Under summer feed, and the reimbursement rate is $4.20 something cents. And so that's exactly, so because it's under summer feeding, I will not take a hit on the plate cost for this meal because we're doing it under summer feeding. You're exactly right. But otherwise, providing this under National School Lunch, which I'm guessing after when we start back school next school year, we may be back under National School Lunch program, and that reimbursement rate is only at $3.60 currently. So that's where we want to go, and we do have challenges. But the second challenge, sorry, I have a couple more challenges that school districts will face if they intend to do this regularly. When I started thinking about this, I invited the other districts that we call ourselves the Coastal Coalition. And I spearheaded this event, and I said, okay, how about we have Farm to School Week, and I'll take the lead. So then I have to find food for not just our district, but their districts too. But I'll tell you, the vendors have been really good. The farmers have been really good in getting me what I want, not necessarily the rest of schools, because just to get asparagus for Monday, I didn't know for certain that I was going to get asparagus because the weather has been unpredictable until yesterday. And instead of getting it from 2 different farmers, he has to pull in 4 farmers. And that's all the asparagus that they have grown for this season. So then they are charging me, the other 2 farmers are charging me way more than I expected to pay for that asparagus. So that's another challenge. It's just it's just unpredictable. You're not guaranteed to get what you want when you want, and then the growers aren't prepared. So when I contacted Otis Farm, I was hoping to get chickens from Otis Farm, and she said, what do you need, about 20 chickens? And I just laughed. I said, 20 chickens could only feed my staff, honey, so we eat a lot, so I think when they start to hear what it really involves to feed 13,000 students, there's a 12,007 we have currently. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy task, but we are willing to work with them. And I know they're excited. And now that they know that I am big on Farm to School, maybe they might be willing to consider their farms, Craven County student farms, right? Where they grow food for us. But we would also have the challenge of where to find that additional funds to make up the difference in cost. But that is me, and that is Farm to School Week, and we are excited. I hope the students are. I hope you will go out and eat at a school. And I really wish that we would do more of this. And coming forth, one of my managers says she's been here for 9 years, and she said this is the most exciting thing that has ever happened. And I told her, well, hold on to your hats or your aprons or whatever have you. If I don't have a pandemic and I don't have a storm, because I've only been here 3 years, what will we do next? So just wait and see. There's always something brewing in this head. But the goal is really to engage the community, to let them see and to help our students have an appreciation for eating healthy foods. And we can only do that when we start offering it to them, when they see us eating it and enjoying it, and we don't turn our noses up at it, but we are smiling and eating it happily, then they will be willing to try. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
You covered it all.
All righty. I think you're just tired of hearing me talk, Ms. Beamer.
I do.
I think you're just tired of it now, huh?
No, I love to hear you talk.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, I never get bored of hearing you talk.
Thank you so much.
And I love your passion and your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
What time are we supposed to be there Tuesday?
We have an invitation and you will receive that. It's 12:45.
Okay,
12:45 lunch starts.
okay, thank you.
So I think it's pretty obvious when we have our staff meetings, we know who runs most of the meeting and we go to her for approval. But anyway, she's doing a wonderful job. So I bring to you now for approval a resolution to be able to sell the surplus Apple devices. These are the student devices that we're collecting from the first lease or the 2017 through 2020 lease. As part of the resale program, the board has to approve a resolution to declare these devices surplus so we can in turn around and sell them and gain proceeds from it. So I'm asking for approval for this resolution to be approved so we can start the sell back program for the student devices being collected.
Do we have any questions about this? Anybody have any questions? So we can send it to consent for approval?
It's great question. It's a great question. What we'll do is we follow the upset bid process through recommendations from our attorneys. And basically what you do, Mr. Dove, you put it out there, somebody can bid more, and then somebody can bid more, and then you finally get to a number that you agree on per device. So it goes through many iterations, but hopefully by doing it that way, you'll get the best price for the devices being sold back.
Local people wouldn't be able to bid on these
These
programs?
are normally
I mean,
resale
these-
companies that.
Okay, got you.
Yes, sir. Because it's quite a capital investment. There's a lot of devices being sold back.
Any more questions?
Questions? Great, thank
Thumbs
you.
up for approval? I mean, to consent, put on consent? All right,
Great, thank you.
thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here to get approval for the summer remediation program that we have to do every year, probably for the last 4 years. Department of Public Instruction requests that the Board of Education for each PSU approve that we would allow students to get remediation services and then be reassessed and in the grade or in the course assessment if they did not receive a proficient score. In years past, it's usually been needed approval earlier, but they have pushed it back because of everything that's going on. And they have also said that with approval does not mean you have to do it, but they do need board approval and sign off prior to May 7th of this year. What we would be looking at is having our summer remediation program from June 2nd through June 9th, doing half days of instruction, which would give students about 20 additional instructional hours. And then June 10th and 11th, students would be reassessed the EOC or EOG that they did not receive a proficient score on. Couple things so you know, third grade reading is not included in a year because they have the Read to Achieve camp that takes place later on in the summer. And this year, because of no testing last year, grades 4 through 8 ELA reading did not get their standard setting completed. So we will not be able to do a remediation program and reassessment with the reading because we're not getting the scores back until August, early September. The only other thing is that we cannot do any of the reassessment during a teacher work day. So they have to be done after the end of the school year. So I would need y'all's approval to that we could offer it this summer after the last day of school.
Any questions? Have any questions? Thumbs up, go, approval. Good, feel up, and like, can you start right now? Can we send this to the, put this on the agenda? Thumbs up.
I'm sorry, I'm free. I apologize. So this is only for students who are not proficient in the EOG or EOC.
Correct.
So my child that has not done anything all year and Come on down.
I'm ready.
And they pass the EOG. What does that do for them as far as summer school?
This is not a summer, this is a summer, that's why I call it a remediation program. And it's only eligible because we have to mark who's eligible. And we only mark students that are non-proficient, come back to get the additional instructional hours and be reassessed. One thing, probably this would maybe clear up some things. So when a student takes the assessment the first time in the school year, that score is counted towards proficiency, and it's also counted towards the growth measure. When the students take the reassessment, that score can only be used for proficiency, but not the growth anymore. So that's why usually working with just students that are non-proficient to try to raise proficiency scores, and especially this year, get additional instructional hours for those students who obviously do not show the skills necessary to be proficient on the standards.
And Ms. King, just at the end of last week, actually, the General Assembly, and I think the governor signed the summer school bill. So we'll be working on plans for that, which is required for us to offer summer school for students in grades K through 12, which is unique because we've not provided summer school whole scale like that in grades K through 12 in probably lots of years. Yeah. But there's funding that goes with that, and there'll have to be an application, but our instructional folks will be working on that. And we'll be bringing you information about that probably at the May meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's starting this summer.
Yes, sir, that's this summer.
So the staffing, that's not gonna be an issue for summer school?
It'll be an issue because I think that we're going to struggle finding staff who does not want to take a break. I think that's going to be a real challenge for us. We hope, though, that we'll be able to identify student or staff members in each grade level that'll be able to provide, and subject area that'll be able to provide summer school options for students.
And, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Doyle, under the program passed by or approved by Governor Cooper, it's not mandatory that the kids go. Is that right?
That's correct. And that's another challenge that Ms. Clark rightfully brings up, is that there's lots of kids who need to be in summer school this summer, but they do not have to attend.
And I've already heard some parents saying, I'm going on vacation, not going to do it, so.
Yeah.
So when I was in school, summer school was to allow you to pass your grade. Is that not what summer school was for?
Those are definitely students that we're going to target. Yes, sir. But those students may not, they may choose to not participate.
No, I'm serious. Is summer school not just to pass your grade again?
We don't have summer school in that way. What you're used to in grades K through 12.
Right.
We have high school recovery options for kids who did fail, and they can recover specific courses, not all of them. But we do not have whole scale summer school for students in grades K through 8, especially.
So summer school now is a choice for kids to just graduate early,
Well, not just to make sure that they stay on the path in high school to earn their credit. So they may have failed a class during the regular semester, and they go to a recovery program in the summer and pick it up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know if it turned into like college. You choose to go to summer school to try to graduate.
And it'll be interesting to see, because I have not gone through the entire legislation, whether students will have the option to do that. In the fall, our students, some of our students withdrew from courses to avoid failing outright. Some students obviously did fail classes. And our school counselors at our high schools, especially in secondary schools all as well, have really worked with those students to try to provide support, as have our teachers. It'll be interesting to see if we're allowed to offer that option for students to accelerate during this time. Definitely, though, they'll be able to either recover credits that they did not pass or take credits that they did not complete.
In addition, the summer program that I've presented, students cannot be harmed if they do not attend. They cannot be retained because they do not attend. So that is part of the legislation on this summer program.
Dr. Cooper, have you started pulling numbers yet as to how many students in Craven County need?
For the summer program part?
Yeah.
No, we have not done that yet, because that's kind of from past experiences in other districts, it kind of fluctuates. You can kind of, in previous years, obviously there was a good way, how numbers fell, you kind of had a good idea since, because of having a year of testing last year, it's kind of hard to see what's going to happen over to, with the assessments. In previous years, when you had both reading and math, it would be a lot of times a larger number, but because reading it 4 through 8 is not going to be part of it, obviously numbers will be reduced, but to give a percentage or number, I couldn't give you one right now without just picking a number out of
Right.
thin air.
And then the other part is the summer school plan is supposed to be submitted to DPI, or I believe, like by what, April 25th? The window's not very long.
No, this one that has to be submitted by May 7th. The plan it's attached that just.
For the
saying-
remediation, but the summer school
Oh, the summer
plan.
school.
Is a quick turnaround, so, yeah.
So when that plan is developed, will we get like an email
Yes.
gist of it?
Yeah, and Dr. Diggs was just speaking, so she may be able to speak to that. I think she was.
Beginning of May is when it's due. We're meeting on Monday. The CNI department's meeting on Monday to start working on that, since it was just signed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, I keep forgetting, I was principal of the year and I was, teacher of the year. Do you all have any comments? Anything to add what we've been talking about? I apologize. Y'all so quiet, I can't see you either sometimes.
No, but just definitely glad to get the plan, definitely at the elementary level. We've got a lot to plan for.
Couldn't hear you. Could you repeat yourself?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I was just saying that just glad to get the schedule and the calendar for the reassessing, and then I'm looking forward to getting the plan for summer. I do think it'll be a bit of a challenge to get some of the teachers to commit because it's been a long year, but always teachers are always committed to doing what we need to for our students. But definitely getting the plan and starting to roll would be I guess our next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you, but no, I just agree. We're all curious and eager for a plan and knowing how we're going to wrap up and move forward at the same time, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know, it's time to take another break. It's a long morning, so let's take another 10-minute break.
Answer questions.
I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. Okay, I think we begin with, Dr. Doyle, you have another report to give.
I just have a couple of items for you all.
Okay.
One, you all had reviewed last month the public participation at board meetings policy. Based on the feedback from Mr. Gatchell, we took out the edited portion. So the policy still stands in that item as it was previously. One recommendation is that the board consider adding, directing staff to add a public comment to work sessions. The other question that the board asked was, where should the public comment be placed in the regular board meeting? So those are discussions for the board to have based on previous practices and based on the participation of children at the regular board meeting. The practice of the system has been historically that public comment is after the recognition so that students who may have tender ears have the opportunity to leave. But that, again, that's up to the board, but that was the discussion last time. And so we stand ready to make any corrections based on that. Otherwise, we didn't get any further consensus or majority feedback to make changes last time. So please let us know how you want us to proceed.
Okay, open for discussion.
Yes, ma'am. I thought we were going to benchmark with other districts about this.
There was a question about getting from, I think, Wake County Schools, some information. Mr. Lee indicated that he was going to do that, something about their videos of their public participation. Oh, I don't have that. I apologize. Well, Mr. Lee, are you in a position to present that? Yeah, that'd be great.
Ms. Clark, I contacted their Director of Information, Assistant for Information at Wake County, and they do use the video option or the email option for public comment. It's been relatively well received to where the public has taken advantage of that during COVID. They don't know if they're going to continue, when they go back to real live in-person meetings, they're thinking they're going to keep that in place, but they haven't made that decision yet. Most of it's been through written comments. They have had one or two video submissions. And what they do is the board chair, depending on the number, and you need to understand public comment in Wake County can be very large at times because they redistrict. There's a lot of moving parts. But if there's a reasonable amount of written correspondence, the board chair will read all the written comments as if they were in person. So that's what they're doing. And it's been, like I said, they've been pleased with the process so far.
And the reason this inquiry was made so that we could foster more community engagement and get input. Was Wake County the only district that you pursued, sir?
So are we satisfied with this, or do we want to get some more input from some other counties?
I would like to get some more input from other counties.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I understand, Ms. Clark, you want to know if other counties are receiving or soliciting like digital public comment that they can either submit through video or through written form that would be read during the meeting or presented during the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Such as Wake County.
Okay.
The whole goal is, again, to have our stakeholders have access and input.
Another way other than coming to the meeting.
Yes, ma'am, if they so choose.
Okay.
But again, it's not to make it, it can be on the back burner because I know there's other things that cabinet has to do. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
But it is something that we need to. look
Yes,
into.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Thank you.
so for next meeting, we will make sure that we have some information from other districts about whether they are receiving written and video comments for public comment during the public comment section of the regular meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, and I had admitted I'm biased. I think anything Wake County does, Mr. Lee, is almost like strawberry shortcake. So, or banana pudding, so to speak.
Okay. So this is just for information only, right? Because we're not taking, it's for information only today.
Yes, ma'am.
So I can bring this back
Is that right,
next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Doyle,
Did you,
yes, ma'am.
sorry, do we want to ask our guest, our principal and the teacher if they have any input, ma'am?
Okay. Where are they?
No, I do not.
Can't hear. Ms. Clark, we'll make sure that you all be given the opportunity to talk.
I appreciate that.
We can't hear it.
What we need to do is let them do the raise hand
Oh,
option
see,
and watch
that's-
Ms. Clark monitor it.
I think Ms. Hardy said something.
Don't say give me a finger.
No, I'm in a
hear
lockdown drill. I'm in a lockdown drill.
Can't hear.
So, no, I don't.
Mute.
Unmute.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you heard her. She said she's in a lockdown drill.
We're not getting
We lost the audio.
This part supposed to go home for lunch. Okay. While he's. Dr. Doyle, do that and we'll come back to them.
Okay, and just Dr. Patrick and Ms. Hardy, we're going to try to get the technical difficulties handled, and then we will come back to you for comment in a minute once we can hear you, okay? So I'm going to move on to the next item, and then we'll try to check at the end of my items. The next item is the 2021-22 board meeting schedule. Generally, we bring this to the board in April. The board has a chance to look at it, make sure there's no big conflicts. We've tried to look for conflicts with regard to school board association training and that type of thing, but it's possible that we have not caught everything. So we encourage you to review the schedule in light of the events that we have coming up in the next 12 months, beginning with the new fiscal year. And then we will also continue to look at it and make sure that there's no conflicts and bring it back to you for approval at the May meeting. And if you see any conflicts right now, I'm happy to take that feedback so that we can make adjustments.
I don't know, because I guess if we had a meeting in Greensboro, that regular meeting that it'd probably be working.
Yeah, well, and I think we looked around the school board association week,
Okay, so I don't.
and hopefully there's not a conflict there.
And the one that we used to go to in the fall, the school law conference, and it's probably gonna be
School
working
law.
too. I can't detect any at this point. I don't know if anybody else can or not. So it looks fine to me.
All right, like we said, as we get more information also from the school board association, if we get anything different in the next 30 days, then we'll make adjustments.
Okay.
The other two items I have really are facilities issues, but they're more about work that Mr. Gatchell has done for the board in terms of, one, coming to a final agreement with the Tucker Creek Middle School property that was basically taken by eminent domain in 2017 for the construction of the bypass that's going through that area. There's a little triangle of land that is in that area, which was essentially seized from by the state of North Carolina, by the Department of Transportation. And so you are approving that agreement, which has been vetted and reviewed by Mr. Gatchell, negotiated by his firm. And so the board can either move that to consent or take action now. And is there a timeline, Mr. Gatchell?
There is not, and again, we discussed this in closed session previously, nothing has changed. I would recommend it to, of course, I'm happy to discuss it in closed session further.
We can move it to consent and then pull it Thursday if we had anything too as well.
Correct.
Let's move this to consent, thumbs up for consent. Okay.
The next item is the lease agreements for Coastal Community Action. As the board is aware, as well as hopefully our public, Coastal Community Action runs the Head Start program in Craven County Schools, and their mission is closely aligned with ours. Historically, we've had a board that is supportive of that mission as well and wants to make sure that we continue to articulate with them. They occupy 2 of our buildings and have a lease agreement which had expired actually a long, long time ago. We've finally gotten to the point where we've been able to renegotiate those leases and do the statutory public notice before we had the board sign off on those leases. All that has been done now in consultation with Mr. Gatchell, and Mr. Gatchell has presented these leases to us for the board's approval so that they can move forward. And Mr. Gatchell, or I can take questions. Probably Mr. Gatchell is in the better position.
So again, the final approval can't, because of the public notice, occur until Thursday. So that the folks on Thursday have an opportunity to express their views to the public on Thursday. Couple salient things for you to remember. They're literally in the same format as the 20-year-old leases. I didn't pick the format, right? We're trying to keep things the same. So the significantly sub-market rent has stayed the same. They picked the term 5 years. You gave me some feedback early on in the process about what kind of reporting that you would like for them about what kind of repairs they're making. That has been added into the lease. We already have a duty, our facilities folks, to go out and examine the property. And then the other additions just clarified what I call boilerplate defaults, those kinds of things. Relatively simple document. And then you can talk about it in closed session. I can give you my advice about it. I think we're in here at this point.
Okay, so if we have any questions, we talk about it in closed session.
Yes.
Other than that, we can,
Otherwise, you can pull it from consent if you need to.
okay. So we just pulled it for right now in case we need to talk about it in closed session?
You can place it on consent and
Okay.
that is your pleasure and convenience. If
Okay.
you decide, in closed session,
Okay.
after you want to pull it, you can do that.
Let's go ahead on and put it on the consent. Thumbs up for this, and if you have any questions, talk about it. Okay? Are we to Dr. Gordon?
Chairman, I think that's all I have.
Okay. Well, we at the chair report, and I'm going to turn it over to our chairperson.
The first is our monthly, well, actually, the only actual goal work today is we're reporting under my goal, the board concern process. We'll do that each. There were, I'll just go over the summary while he's doing that. There were 124 concerns total that went through this system. Now, that doesn't mean if if you didn't get it in there, that doesn't mean you didn't get it. But I'm going to show you as we go through why it's a good idea to put it in, because there are 124 in there. 82.3% of those concerns were not sent to the full board. So clearly there's a gap in being able to really look for trend data, to know what each of us is doing. So 82.3% of these went to one board member or another, but not to everyone. The trending areas of concern are based on these. 17.4% of the concerns are related to board policies and or decisions. 14.9% of concerns were related to COVID issues. 13.2% were related to communication issues from us to the classroom. They were all over. 9.9% were board professionalism, conduct, ethics. Combine these three because depending on how the board member put it in, I didn't have a click for that. So these would go into the others. So depending on how they put it in, they would word it differently. So if trend continues, I'll add a separate bullet for that. 9.1% was curriculum. There are approximately 20% that either were not added to a specific area or no comment was added to help categorize, so they fall into the other area. The good news is that 100% of the entries went somewhere. They went to somebody. Either the board member answered them or they went to leadership. So that's good. When people talk about us being not responsive, I just want to point that out. 100% of the things that came, at least that went through this system, went somewhere. 96% of the board members either did not need help from anyone else or received it promptly from leadership, meaning it was a question that the board member themselves could answer. Or a board member could give them the information, they didn't need to ask help from anybody else, but when they did, leadership gave it to them promptly. 79% of the questions and information asked the board members could answer themselves without needing support from leadership. So that tells us a couple of things, I think, when we look, if we want to really look at trend data, we really want to look what all of our stakeholders are saying to each of us, this is a great process. It needs to be cleaned up a little bit so that we have, knowing what's coming in, you can get rid of the other and sort of add other areas, but not knowing it was the first time, so it's just kind of there. But we can clean it up and make it work better, but I think it's a good process. Nobody's having to put names in of who told them what, but it's just giving us the areas of concern so that we can look for trends and we can address them. And it's also showing us, that for the most part, we're able to answer some of the stuff, because if that was not the case, then we might want to look at training opportunities for us so that we'd be able to answer a little bit better. So that's the report for this month. And then Thursday, you will, I'll call on each of you guys, if that's a process we want to follow. This one during work session, and then everybody else's check-in on Thursday night.
That's fine. So you said we want to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, you're back.
When are we going to Zoom training with Ms. Will?
May.
May. Okay. Parliamentary procedures.
Am I leaving?
You
It's
have- I think
on
you
the
have-
goal work, so I can do it, I guess.
Yeah.
Parliamentary procedures, Ms. Clark brought that to the chair to put on the agenda. I, trying to be helpful, suggested that we look at Pitt, because Pitt has that policy that has sort of captured, not that we have to use it, but sort of captured the parliamentary procedures that they agreed to use with instead of referring back to the whole thing. So I put it there.
I think that's a good idea. I just wanted us all to be on the same wavelength. I mean, our policy says Robert Rules of Order, but I'm not opposed to the abridged version. I think it's a good version. I just wanted us, again, to do something so that when I say something, everybody understands. I would also suggest that whatever we adopt, that Mr. Gatchell give us a brief training in the subject matter, but I think Pitt County is wonderful.
So could we come back next month with a Craven County version of that?
Yes.
And then any policies that connect to it, like that say we're going to use Robert's rule, you know what I mean? So that we clean them all up at the same time.
So do we do it, or is the board going to do this?
Staff would do that.
Okay.
If everybody's good with that.
I'm fine with it.
And Pitt County just offers it, narrows it down so that we don't have to refer to the whole thing. Was that good? Is that good for you? Does that address your concerns?
Yes, thank you.
We good? Thumbs up, we good? Okay.
The next one was actually mine, policy 7820 personnel files. And this is just sort of to update our policies with our actual practice. I just want to have us look at it. We have a lot of increase in board members looking at personnel files, which is the right to do. But I want us to suggest, I want this to go through cabinet, see what other boards are doing, but I want to suggest that we don't have a staff member as that stopgate, that instead of going to the super or the HR to see if they think it's a file that should be looked at, that we as the board make that, which fits into all of our stuff. If one board member knows, all board members knows. So what would happen is a board member would ask, what I'm suggesting maybe, is if a board member wants to see a personnel file, we make a list of them or whatever, we look at them in work session. If that's what everybody agrees to, then everybody sees the personnel file at the same time.
In closed session.
In closed session, of course. And the second part to that is that I really think when we talk about transparency, we want transparency at all levels. So that's fix one level of it. All board members know, board members know, right? Okay. The second thing is that I think we owe it to our employees, both former and current. I know we don't have to, but I think we owe it to them that if we look at their personnel file, they're given a written little sheet or something that says your personnel file was reviewed on this date by Craven County Board of Education at the request of. Just period, plain and simple, so that they know that it's been looked at. I think that's just the right thing to do. We don't have to do it, but I think it's the right thing to do for our employees.
Discussion.
Yes.
What is the purpose of us having all look at it together?
Well, my thinking was, right now, the way it's set up is the superintendent or HR, whoever you go to, is in the position of telling you as a board member that that's not a good reason to look at that personnel file.
I don't think I have to give them a reason.
Yeah, see, he's nodding his head.
You have to have a bona fide educational reason for doing, not just because.
I mean, I have a bona fide reason. My question is, or statement is, why do I have to impart that to the superintendent? If I'm doing investigation of my own?
Well, query.
Because one thing we don't investigate.
Yeah.
Oh,
query.
well, we can, if I'm doing friendly gathering of information in order to refute what I've heard. So and I know I'm going in circles.
Right, but we'll assume that that's not a problem, okay? Because the bigger idea may in fact be a problem. But assuming that is not a problem, there are statutory constraints as to who has access and what that access is. And the board, for lack of a better term, the protector of the board's duty is the superintendent and her administrative staff. So the answer is, why them? Because they are your hands and feet. You're not your own hands and feet. That's their job to do that, at least the way that you are currently organized.
I have a hypothetical that I'd like to address in closed session.
Sure.
Yeah, that might be better.
So my request is that we just look at options for updating it for our increased usage. If that is good with everyone.
I'm fine.
To make it more transparent for the board and to make it fair to our employees. So that would come back whenever. I don't want it to come above really important stuff either. I'm like Ms. Clark, but whenever we can do that, I would like that.
So I'm going to make sure I'm clear. You want us to benchmark this policy in other districts, but also find out to make potential revisions based on the feedback that you just provided.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. And then I'm not sure what this, let me click on this. Okay. This one is, okay, Board Member Kelly Muse recommends that the Board of Education discuss board member attendance and access to all system-wide meetings.
Yeah, you want to address them?
Well, I just think that I know that board members used to go to principal meetings, and that just kind of seems to have stopped. And I know that when I worked here in the district, when cabinet would have a meeting, we would receive, as staff, we would receive minutes on kind of what they were looking at, not necessarily personnel issues, because I don't want to be in any type of personnel stuff that they're talking about, because that may come before us. But here's also the other piece of it. If someone takes something badly that's said in a principal meeting or whatever, and they call to say, well, Ms. King, did you hear, or did you know that today? Well, if you zoom in on a principal's meeting, then yeah, you did hear. So then you may not have taken it the same way that Mr. Dove took it. So that would give you the opportunity to explain it from another point of view, maybe in the spirit in which you took it and how you thought it was meant. And it might change the dynamic and the thought process of how some people are perceiving things. And it's not necessarily that, we all have other stuff to do besides this. I have a job, and my husband has a business, and I have kids and a life. But from time to time, on occasion, if I do have a little bit of time, especially with Zoom and the convenience of it, what would be wrong to pop in to a meeting And just so we're a little more aware, principals don't present to us anymore, or, any of that kind of stuff. So everything seems very regulated.
I've been on the board this is going on my 15th year. And I think that in 15 years, I probably have attended maybe 2 or 3 board meetings. It's always been open. Any board member can attend principals meeting. I don't think we have been told that we cannot go. I just choose not to come. And like you said, I have other things to do, and sometimes I forget that they're even having a meeting. And I really felt, me personally, I felt kind of uncomfortable when I came then. The time that I came, it was because I feel like sometimes principals, they don't necessarily want us to sit in their meetings. That's just why I feel about it. Everybody got a different take on it. And if I felt like if they were recognizing some special recognition or something like that, then I would certainly come. But just the meeting that Dr. Doyle is talking with them and they're discussing whatever they're supposed to be discussing, I just don't, I think, we really get a report. Don't you report back to us what has been discussed in the meetings?
Usually the work of the principals meetings ends up being professional development for the principals, or it ends up coming up to this level because it's feedback we're receiving or it's informing our processes, that type of thing.
Right.
I think part of the challenge in the last year especially has been COVID, and the board is not going to spotlights. They're not as physically present because all of us are not as physically present. We welcome board members at board meetings. Zoom has obviously been a different animal in terms of our meetings in general. As we have tried to conduct business this school year, we are trying to transition back to more in-person meetings. And with the latest governor's executive order, we can do that now, where we can have the principals and our directors all in one space in a meeting, which is a welcome transition because, all of our social relationships have deteriorated through COVID because we can't be near each other. So I think that's definitely a challenge.
And it's been on virtual, right? It's been virtual. So if anybody,
we've had
we
some
weren't restricted from going on virtual if we wanted to, right?
Yeah, no, but I don't know that we put out like the links or anything like that. So
okay.
we can make sure that we do that.
Right.
We have had training though that's in person. Yes.
Like I said, to me, it's a personal preference. If the board member wants to come, I think they should have the privilege of going if they want to. I just choose not to want to. I'm just, Mr. Gatchell.
So I want to address that one point. So your authority comes as a group, right? You're a board. As individual board members, right? Not assembled legally in a legally called meeting. You have very, very little statutory authority or power, right? As a group, you are entrusted with the general administration of the school system, right? And as a set of policies, you have made it very clear. And there's some things that statutorily the superintendent is required to do, some things the State Board of Education has done, okay? But there's very, very little that you individually have authority to do.
Right.
Okay? Now, if you are invited to a meeting or there's an implicit invitation, there's no issue with that. But I just want to be clear that your own policies are very clear and the statutes are very clear that your authority principally flows when you're in a meeting as a board.
Right.
Okay, motion, second. Right, that makes sense?
Yes.
How did this even come up? If you all are saying that we can go to any meeting we want, But you brought it up, so why, if you can go to any meeting, why is this a topic?
I was asked by a couple of principals, why don't you pop into a principals meeting? And I was like, oh, so then I found out they were having one. So I went to Assembly so I could log in and I didn't have access.
So you couldn't go to it?
So I couldn't.
Oh.
Well, and I have over the years gone on, I've sat in on cabinet sometimes, usually at their request and not for the whole meeting.
Right.
And the thing, and I've also been to principals meetings again, and we'll go as board members eventually to present our continuous improvement, our work, to present to the principals what we're doing. I've always been really cautious though, because it's so easy to interject your opinion right into those meetings. Like the cabinet's sitting around talking about something, and if you're sitting in the room, it's so easy to do that, even accidentally and well-intentioned, but it's perceived by the people in the room as you're speaking for the board, right? And you can redirect their conversation so unintentionally, you know, with not even meaning to, just with just innocent inquiry. And at the principals meetings, I mean, I've never felt like I could go. I know when they are to go. Of course, now virtual, I didn't even try to go virtually. But I think everybody's always felt, I mean, you can go, but I just think you gotta be cautious, because you can't be a friend in a board member when you're in a meeting like that. You have to be a board member. You're perceived as a board member. And your words, you know, we've heard Ms. Wheeler talk about waves. A board member can go into a cabinet meeting or to a principals meeting and make a huge wave that the rest of the board doesn't even know anything about. So you just have to be really cautious when you go. I'm sure they would love to see people pop in. I'm sure they would love that.
Well, we have a principal on the Zoom.
And
Can she speak about it?
Sure.
As a principal?
Address that.
Yes,
We need to fix, I think someone just kicked the plug out.
Oh,
And so I have no wireless mics.
so Dr. Patrick and Ms. Hardy, we're going to try to do a technical correction. We may know what the problem is.
Uh-oh.
Hello, hello, hello.
Uh-oh, sorry. I turned everybody off.
Dr. Patrick?
Yes, ma'am.
We can't hear.
Okay, we can hear you. We just need to turn the volume up. So hold on one second.
She said yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Dr. Patrick.
Okay, I think definitely with most things with your supervisor, it may be a double-edged sword, where, you know, you all are the folks who employ us. And so with that in mind, though, I think I'll say for Oaks Road or any school I've ever worked in, we've always kept an open door. So if a board member wanted to come into our schools or visit a classroom, you know, they were always welcome. But also realizing, you know, you are board members or even with, you know, district level leadership, you know, you would be, you know, greeted professionally and as visitors in the classroom. But at the same time, you know, you are our employers. And so it may also be perceived as such. But again, doors at Oaks Road are always open. And so at a principals meeting, I think it would be perceived as such, that, you know, anyone would be welcome, you know, as a visitor or as a participant.
And what I would have wanted to add is we have, and I respect, you know, Dr. Doyle, her position to bring back information that we need to hear, cabinet to bring back information that we need to hear, but we are always talking about, you know, the person closest to the job. So as a representative, we have a representative, our principal of the year, who, when she's in a principal's meeting, I think is more than capable to come back and give us feedback or recap of anything that we need to know that was from the board meeting, from the principal's meeting. And I think, you know, that would be one way we could definitely continue to utilize that position, her position or his position, whoever it may be, is that we want to hear from that stakeholder group. We want to hear, because it's hard for us to fix what we don't hear. You know, it's hard for us to know what's going on. You know, and I know Dr. Doyle is going to bring back what she sees, but, you know, the people that are closest to that job, we also need to hear what they're seeing. That's just my take.
I agree with Ms. King. I mean, what they see at the school level is completely different than what's necessarily seen at central office. And I think that's one of the reasons why, and they are closest to the work. So their perception and their heart and their feelings and their understanding of things, it's very, very, very important.
I will say that's been kind of a loss of COVID, because remember, we have been sitting in the room with us. We heard from them a lot more often.
Right.
Than we have over the past year. So just finding a way to get that voice back in. And Ms. Clark has been reminding us today, but up until then, we forgot sometimes they were actually even up there.
Right.
And,
So I think putting it on the agenda, that we scroll and we look at every month would definitely be a reminder that we need an update from, our principal group or however we want to word that. So that way we'll be cognizant of the fact that they're here. We need to hear from the people that are here.
Yeah. And if I might add, I don't want to go to the cabinet meetings unless they invite me. But I
Ms. Clark, you're invited.
I enjoy interacting with the principals. And it is a double-edged sword, because Kim does know, and Kim used to come in my classroom. I was scared to death,
Right.
as seasoned as I am.
Right.
But that's not how I perceive. I'm coming in just to learn and engage with the principal staff. And Dr. Patrick has always been very gracious, as the other principals, when I've gone in and say, hey, let me do this, let me do that. So that's just something to consider. But I also welcome, Ms. King, what you said as well.
And that's a hard thing for a board member, because for her to say that to me when she taught my kids, and I have a great relationship, for her to say that I still, because it comes with the role.
Yeah.
And we're all uncomfortable with that role, because we want everybody to like, we want them to appreciate that we're there. But the reality is, when we walk in the room, we are the board member.
We are there. Yeah. We are. And we're in, like you said, several principals have called you. Well, there may be 10 more who don't want us to come.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you've heard from 2 or 3, but it's not the majority. And I think our intentions, we always want people to feel comfortable, because when they feel comfortable, we're going to get the best service from them, and we want them to feel like that we do support them, and we do support. And we have to support everybody. We have to render our support, because that's what we do. But where are we with this? It came up, so.
Had her hand raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, Ms. Boomer actually said what I was going to say. I think that comfort level and that support and that familiarity would be the piece that would help over time. When I think about board members, coming into the school or a classroom or attending a meeting, I also think about when principals do walkthroughs or go visit a classroom. At first, it can be intimidating. At first, especially new teachers, they are a little fearful, but then once that becomes the norm, then it becomes okay, and folks aren't fearful of it. So I think as we grow in that, maybe getting back to normal of having board members more present, having anyone more present, if you will, I think that would be helpful. But I think ultimately, the more we spend time together and engage in conversation, the more at ease folks will be, and then to me, the more productive we'll all be.
Right. Work together.
Okay. So I want to make sure the consensus of the board is that we will add Dr. Patrick, or the principal of the year, moving forward as an agenda item on the work session agenda?
Yes.
Okay, to share what's happening at principals meetings. Okay. And I will say to the board, you are welcome at principals meetings. You are welcome at cabinet meetings. We want you to be there. We want to start having them more in person, but we'll get the links out there and make sure that all that's accessible.
Since the attorney made a point that when a board member comes to a meeting, they're actually representing themselves, not a board, because we haven't created quorum with one. Do you think we should have some type of policy stating that if a board member does choose to go to a meeting, that they can be there in person only and not participate, and whatever they feel, hear, or think, they will have to bring back to the board as a whole to deal with, if there is something to deal with? Therefore, it won't interrupt the meeting or make anybody feel intimidated.
I think our ethics policies follow that. I think our ethics policies and our training that teach us, that train us how to do that, and we would just need to be able to hold each other accountable. And the other thing we need to be cautious about is letting each other know that we're going, so you don't have a meeting that needs to be publicly noticed.
Yeah.
So if everybody's just popping in and suddenly one day you've got, 2, 3 board members in there, then you've got a meeting that should be noticed, and you're violating open meeting law. So I think that's just a courtesy, let people know you're going, to keep us out of trouble that way and hold each other to our, ethics policy.
And it's
I
a good
won't be
question,
gone.
though.
You won't see me.
We also let the principals know that we're coming. I would, even though Dr. Patrick has open door, I still would call
I
the
do too.
principal.
I wouldn't walk in the school without them knowing I'm coming.
I do too.
But I do have and this is just everybody, everybody got their own opinion. My opinion about, I personally do not want to go to a cabinet meeting. I don't want to go to the cabinet meeting. I feel like that is their job. They are hired to do what they're supposed to do. Because I know how I am. I may hear something that I really don't like at the cabinet meeting. And, so I'm not going because I don't want to hear it. I may think that it should be done a different way. But by the same token, if I were to say something, any board member were to say something, and, people can pick up on our body language as well. And, like we said, we are the employer. And so we're sitting there, they make a statement and they're thinking, and we give the impression this is not something that we really want to do. They may be apt to change their mind, but in reality, that might have been something that Stephanie King would have approved of. But because I was present and she was not, and none of us were, then I influenced them to probably kill a good idea because of something that I didn't like. That's just how I feel about it. I feel like they should be free to do their jobs. That's what I feel like. I don't feel like that. I'm not the human resource. I'm not the superintendent. I'm not Dr. Diggs. I'm not Michelle Lee or whoever else is on that cabinet. I am a board member. And there are certain things that board members need to do, and there are certain things that we don't need to do. I think we need to be careful that we don't cross the line in anybody else's territory. That's just how I feel about it. Even though you said that we are invited, but I know that it is going to affect somebody in trying to make the decisions. So we're human. We're just human, and it would influence them in some type of way.
I would like to have that option. They invite us.
That's it. I didn't say that you couldn't. I said my personal opinion. I would never go, but if you all wanted to go, that's up to you all. But I don't feel like I don't think that's the job. I don't think that's one of our duties as a board member is to go sit in on people when they're trying to do their job. I don't think that's why we hired them to do what they're supposed to do. To me, it sends out the idea that we kind of doubt some of the things that they're doing. And so this just is my opinion. Everybody got an opinion. And if you all want to go, you go. I'm saying I would never go to their meetings.
And I think, again, I'll say, when we launched last time with continuous improvement from the board level down into the system to do that, there will be opportunities where we engage with principals to build those relationships. There will be opportunities along the way as we re-engage with that. Because if you remember when we engaged with it the first time, there were opportunities for us to do that. And also when we start back with spotlights and everything. So that relationship piece that we all feel we're missing right now, I really think next year is going to fix it in itself with going back to those principals and also just being able to see each other, go to a school in person for a spotlight.
Oh, I would go to a board meeting, like Trump has been cooking out with a cabinet. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Chairman Boomer, I have a couple of thoughts on that too. I've been around for a while and certainly going through continuous improvement. And when we were, I think, richly steeped, it wasn't uncommon for us to float through. And generally, I think the intent always, from my perspective anyway, is relationship building and support. A presence for a short period of time to show that you support the work being done. Also, I've had many occasions that I wandered through the vestibule while they were having cabinet, and I can't think of too many times somebody didn't wave me in, and I got to stick my head in, and knowing that I'm interrupting important work, but seeing a little bit about what they were working on, finding it pretty awesome, what they're the parts and parcels they're putting together to support programs and things, just a nice nod to everybody and a greeting, and then ease myself out pretty quickly. The intent, is to be approachable, to be supportive, and to be, continue to build the relationships. Principals meetings were the same way. I always enjoyed joining a principals meeting real close to the break time. Because then you get to walk around and you just have casual conversation with people you might not have seen for a while. And it's not spying or any kind of trying to gather information, but just be supportive and present. And that's, in my mind, in keeping with the total quality relationships you're trying to build in an organization to lift it up. So I probably, I guess it's been 3 months now, but I know I always stick my head in if I get waved in. And usually I'm looking for someone in particular to get one thing done and off the plate. So they're real kind in that regard. Never have felt like I was intruding, other than the way I felt that I'm interfering with them doing important work, but always felt welcome.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay. Okay, so where are we?
We're on Ben items. Unless you want to do that after the closed session.
For the bin?
We got Ben and meeting evaluation.
I don't think we got anything in the bin. What talking we done this morning, but we can ask.
I haven't been on, but I can wait till Thursday night for it.
You sure? You can do it now. I mean,
No, I can wait till Thursday.
okay, can we get evaluation of the meeting? Dr. Doyle, will you lead us in that?
Yes, ma'am. Computer's a bit slow here. As the board considers its mission, what worked for you today in furtherance of that mission?
Presentations were thorough, very thorough across the board.
The agenda was, which is a good, everything was there for us to look at, except of course the two addendums, but everything was there with plenty of time to review the information for today.
Anyone else? I never had more than that.
Because we were given timely notice and we submit items for the agenda, it always makes the meeting flow more smoothly.
You're welcome. Give everybody the opportunity, because we don't know. And they were good things to put on the agenda.
The gifts from the military presentation this morning are nice and appreciated.
Input from the principal of the year and teacher of the year, because we always, that's what they're there for, to kind of give us another perspective of what we're talking about.
I do want to add, Ms. Boomer, since you just said that, Ms. Hardy was trying to talk earlier, and now that we have volume, she might have something to add. So I don't know if you want to do that after the evaluation or now, however you would like to.
Ms. Hardy?
Oh, I was saying that I didn't have anything to add, but we were in a lockdown drill, so I was having to whisper. And then I found out you couldn't hear me anyway. So it's fine. Thank you, though. But I do want to say that I was glad that you experienced some of that military presentation as well, because we've had a lot of training. It's been very helpful. Sometimes it's a lot to absorb, but this year when we did the training here at New Bern High School for the military child, it was very effective. It gave us pause to think even more deeply about the students we serve. And so that was I wish I'd said it earlier so they could have heard it, but that was just a really good training, and they did an amazing job.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy.
Anything else that worked to further the board's mission?
I appreciate that Dr. Diggs and her team went back and gave us that third calendar to look at. And I'm sure that it satisfied the stakeholders and teachers and students.
She's blushing.
And I know it's a lot of work, but I appreciate her going back and doing that.
And I think the feedback before the budget presentation was helpful, putting it in context that Dr. Dole presented before the budget presentation, I think was helpful.
And of course, child nutrition always does an excellent job. Look forward to that. Dealing. Pharmacy.
All right, anything else? All right, it could have been better
If Myra had been here to serve us lunch.
I think that there is lunch ready for you. And just so you know, Ms. Flowers had to leave to go to a funeral.
I'm a shut. Strike that.
I think we did get a little off task at one point, and probably slipped on a ground rule or two in that off task, but we can learn from it.
Anything else?
We seem to have some sidebars today, it felt like.
That is not my fault.
Well, if you all are talking about us, my technology was not
No,
working.
y'all talking about ball games.
You know, so I was
Go.
trying to get this technology working because the PDFs kept freezing my pad. So, but now that you said rules might have been crossed, I will say I've never been given ground rules of what I'm supposed to be doing to start with. So if I need that, you all need to get me there. Other than that, I just fit in where I can get in.
Our ground rules are on the wall over
Oh, I
there.
thought that was just artwork.
No, that's on the wall, and that's what I read every meeting.
Actually, I did just
Oh, but
start
you
reading it today. I'm like, oh, that's
You know what?
not
And you
just art.
You weren't here.
Yeah.
You weren't here this morning, right?
Oh, yeah, I know it's tired.
Okay.
I would just add, Victor, that's our stuff.
I see it's not just
I
art.
mean, no, yeah, I mean, that's really, kind of.
So it's not
involved
national
from-
stuff to just look good. That's our rule.
Yeah.
Just, I got you. See, no one ever said that either. So I'm just thinking, oh, that's a nice, those are nice ground rules.
All right, anything else that could have been better?
All right.
All right, what worked? Presentations were thorough across the board. Agenda was present, except addendums and time to review information for today. Because we were given timely notice in which to submit for the agenda, it moved smoothly. Gifts from the military liaison counselors for Month of the Military Child to bring awareness. Principal of the Year provided good input. The training provided by the military liaison counselors, I went ahead and added Ms. Hardy's feedback. Appreciate that Dr. Diggs and her team went back to provide an additional calendar for feedback, the feedback before the budget presentation, the context before the budget presentation, school nutrition presentation and farm to school event. Delta's Ms. Flowers absence. We got a little left test during the meeting, maybe slipped on a ground rule or two, seemed to have some sidebars and technology concerns. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I need to get a motion to go into closed session.
Move to go into closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of a public officer or employee in accordance with NCGS 143-318-11, subsection A6, and to consult with an attorney in order to protect attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body. Which privilege is hereby acknowledged in accordance with NCGS 143-318-11, subsection A3.
Okay, it has. I need a motion that we go to closed session.
That was the motion.
I need somebody
Second.
second it in.
Second.
All right, second, it has been moved and second that we go into closed session to do what she just read. So all those in favor of going to closed session, let me know by saying aye.
Aye. And while we're transitioning, can we get?
Okay, do we have, is that the only, I don't even know what we're going to closed session for, so, I mean, Mr. Gaff, you have something?
Only if y'all have questions for me about my legal advice, presumably
Okay,
about the settlement or the leases.
And we probably need to stay for closed session.
Do you need me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I imagine you would need me.
Okay. because, let's eat lunch in closed session. And so, you asking that Dr. Dora be not present in closed session?
Who would you like
Oh.
to take minutes?
I need for someone to take minutes because she is the secretary to the, our secretary.
And Chairman, you have a policy that addresses that, policy 2010.
Yeah, I did, I looked at.
So you have to waive that policy.
I looked at the policy and Mr. Gasser sent me a, Ms. Gasser, you are legal counsel. Are we within our rights to have this closed session without superintendent being present?
Absolutely. Your own policy in 2210 expressly contemplates that the board can meet without the superintendent in closed session. Therefore, the superintendent is excluded for a closed session. And then the board needs to elect one of its members to serve as a secretary to the board.
Okay.
And how that is managed.
Could it be, could it be you?
The board member who you elect may delegate the note-taking responsibilities to me.
Okay.
I elect Vice Chair Smith. She's the
No, it will
author.
not be me, because I think that is absolutely unprofessional to do that. Other than an
But you're-
time evaluation,
Okay.
I mean, I just think it's absolutely unprofessional. You wouldn't work for yourself in that environment. So, I mean, we can certainly do it, but I'm not gonna take the minutes for it.
All right, Mr. Gasser, that been asked by one of the board members, you can take notes. We want to get our pizza. All right, I'd like everybody to be excused, please. And we should be back within an hour.
Going into closed session, we will start the meeting back up in an hour once they have completed their business.
No, you're fine.